Good morning, everyone. Um, okay, so today we finished Goodwin. We finished Goodwin, Mormonism, and Masonry, and so that's done with. And now we're going to start reading the Noahide laws, and we're going to get into a little bit more Mormonism and Freemasonry for another day or two when it comes to the videos, and then we're gonna take a little look at Mormonism and the occult, um, stuff like that. So, as usual, at the beginning of all my streams, I'm on partial shadow ban. You can't find, or sometimes you can't find my stuff on YouTube. You can't find the first 3 videos. So, if you want to see those videos, go to vincentbrunoshadowban.blogspot.com. It's at the bottom of the screen and it's in the description box. And okay, so let me just get the link to this so I can put it on the website really quickly and share it on my Facebook so people know I'm streaming. Obviously, number one, I lost my other 2 channels, so all my subscribers are gone, all like 800 of them. And not Facebook, YouTube is doing that thing where I'm stuck at 57 subscribers and I haven't gone up in like weeks and weeks. Like I'm supposed to believe that nobody, not even one person has subscribed to my stream in like weeks and weeks. It used to happen on my other one too. It used to happen on my other channel too, where it was like it would get stuck and then it got stuck around a certain point and it didn't want me to go any higher. Yeah, it just didn't want me to go any higher. What am I thinking? Okay, I gotta go on here. This is for Mormonism and Judeo-Freemasonry. Okay, got it. Hold on one second. Let me just get this in order. Just a second. Almost done. Hold on. And then I just need to share it on my. I just need to share it on my timeline. I'm just putting it on the blog. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's up on the blog, and then I just need to share it on Facebook. Okay. There we go. It's up on Facebook. Okay. So Goodwin's done, and now we're going to do, there's an article on the Noahide laws by Claire Foley. Received her JD from Brigham Young University, J. Rupin Clark Law School in 2001. She's presently working with the firm of Kristen and O'Connor Johnson Kindness PLLC in Seattle, Washington. The author thanks John W. Welch for his suggestion and assistance with the topic, and Thane A. Sandberg for his preliminary work on Noahide laws. Okay, this conveniently is broken up into little chapters. Yes, conveniently broken up into little chapters. Not little chapters, little subheadings, so I can read until I get and come to a point until I get tired, and then we can watch. Introduction. For thousands of years, people lived in relative isolation, isolated groups, and developed their own unique traditions, culture, and laws. Today, technology is making it possible for people all over the world to connect, and while this has significant benefits, problems invariably arise as nations attempt to work together. Ever increasingly, news articles discuss global demand, global alliance, global debt, global network, global workforce, global marketing, global communication, and global warming, and leaders must now routinely consider global repercussions as they search for global solutions. Globalization would be simplified if a universally accepted standard existed by which to judge or eventually evaluate worldwide issues. However, no enduring set of global laws has surfaced to guide our progression to a more unified society. This absence of lasting universal law is surprising, given the time that philosophers through the ages have spent seeking a way for us to all get along. Indeed, on a smaller scale compared with today's global cognition, political entities such as kingdoms, empires, and nations have always had to find ways to deal with their foreign neighbors as borders and rulers have been established throughout the ages, and numerous efforts have certainly been made at establishing a standard of morality or law that should be applied to all people. One of the most compelling sources for which to determine universal law is Holy Scripture. Unlike legal code, which can be altered by an opposing political party, Scripture historically remains unchanged, though it has sometimes been extensively interpreted by either the liberal or conservative groups of a particular era. One should set one set of universal laws, the Noahide laws, is based on the Pentateuch. This paper examines the tradition of the Noahide laws, the variations on these laws, and the relevance of these universal standards to the history and development of law in the Book of Mormon. Yay! Yay! Okay. I'm saying yay because it's an interesting topic. Universal laws in biblical text. Through the biblical relations of the event Through the biblical relation of the events of the creation and the subsequent growth of civilization, God has expressed a minimum expectation for his children of this world. These scriptures have also recorded the universal law structuring creation, and these laws, like gravity, must be acknowledged by all. Hebrew tradition, in particular, according to one scholar, did not distinguish between norms of religion, morality, and law. As befitting their common divine origin, man was bound to obey all of them with equal consciousness. Laws for the Jews were attributed to divine revelation, besides which there was no other legislation on record. According to their tradition, the right of making was not mentioned among the royal privileges. On the contrary, the king was to keep all the words of this law and these statutes. Thus disobeyed Deuteronomy 17:19. Thus disobedience to law was an offense against God. In the first few chapters of Genesis, prohibitions against one, murder, see Genesis 4:8 to 11, 2, violence, see Genesis 6:11, 13, 3, wickedness, every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continuously, Genesis 6:5, and 4, corruption of flesh, see Genesis 6:12, appear. Further description imply 5 the instruction for all things to obey and listen to the commandments of God. See Genesis 1 3 7 9 11 14 to 18 20 24 31. The scriptures also include the commandments to all living things to 6 be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Genesis 1:28. See also Genesis 1:11 to 12, 21 to 22, 24 to 25, and the commandment to God's children specifically 7 to subdue the earth and have dominion over the fish and sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. with Noah, Noah's sons, the seed of Noah, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth, for perpetual generations. God reestablished the covenant he had made with Adam in the Garden of Eden. This renewal included promise by God, I will not again cause the ground curse the ground any more for man's sake, neither will I again smite any more anything that any everything living as I have done, while the earth remains seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease, and neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. In return, Noah covenanted to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Genesis 9, 1 to 7, and 2, to use for meat every moving thing that liveth, but not to eat flesh with the life thereof, with which is the blood thereof. Genesis 9, 3, 4. He promised 3 to respect life, recognize that God had decreed that the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea, and that into your hand are they delivered. Genesis 9:2. But they surely but that surely your blood of your life will I require, at the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Genesis 9, 5 and 4, to not murder. Genesis 9, 5 to 6. Noah, as the new Adam, represented all mankind, and God's law to him are to be distinguished from the specific covenant God made with Abraham regarding his posterity and inheritance of land. See Genesis 12, 1 to 3, 13, 14 to 18, 14, 4 to 6, 13 to 16. At 14, 4 to 6, and 13 to 16, and 18 to 21, 17 2 to 21, with Isaac, see Genesis 26 2 to 5, and Jacob, see Genesis. I'm not going to say these scriptures anymore. With Isaac and Jacob, with Moses and the Israelites at Sinai. Okay, I'm going to read one more. One more. Jewish rabbis have interpreted the story of creation as a legitimization of divine rule over the world. From their interpretation of scriptures, such as those mentioned above, Jewish scholars established the scope of God's commandments and a minimum standard of conduct soon after the time of Christ. Jewish laws solidified these interpretations, defining acceptable behavior and legal obligations for all humans, both Jews and non-Jews. These laws consist of prohibitions against 1. Idol worship, 2. Blasphemy, 3. Murder, 4. Sexual sins, 5. Theft or robbery, and 6. Eating flesh cut or torn from a living animal. To these was added an injunction to 7 established courts of justice. This legal doctrine, defined legally in terms of primeval history, was loosely based on interpretations of scripture such as Genesis 2, 16 to 17, and 9, 1 to 9. Such laws outline the minimal moral duties that all people must obey and describe the basic relationship between God and mankind. Between God and humankind. In other words, this doctrine set the standards of civilized society from a rabbinic perspective. Because the rabbis believed that the basic tenets of this doctrine had been introduced to Noah after the Great Flood, they often called this body of rules the Noahide laws, the Noahide laws. The prevailing understanding about these laws is that the covenant with Noah was a renewal of the covenant of God made with Adam, and thus is binding on the entire human race. So yeah, so supposedly the Noahide laws were given to Adam, and Noah got the seventh one, which was do not eat the flesh cut from a living animal, because before that everyone was vegetarian, right? The list of Noahide laws is distinct from the Sinaitic covenant established with Moses. Whereas the Sinaitic covenant is between God and Israel alone, the Noahide covenant applies to all people. The term Noahide indicates this universality. Accordingly, with the Jewish laws of circumcision applicable to the posterity of Abraham, temple sacrifice required of covenant Israel, and the additional 630 commandments of the laws of Moses are to be strictly observed by the Jews. The laws given to Adam and repeated to Noah are to be observed by the both Jew and Gentile. Jewish scholars are divided on the exact purpose of the Noahide laws. To various scholars, they may be the universal formulation of natural law, universal social covenant, or reasonably presumed constructs of social contract. Other scholars view them differently still. To them, these laws apply because God issued them as commandments in a manner that makes them binding on all people as the descendants of Adam and Noah. The rules are thought to be stipulated or the rules are thought to be stipulations or conditions that attend the promises that God made to Adam and Noah. In the case of Adam, it was the promise of a savior. In Noah's case, it was the promise to never again destroy the earth by flood. As beneficiaries of those covenants, all their descendants are bound to keep those covenantal stipulations and conditions. Yet to other scholars, the Noahide laws are merely an amalgam of directives to govern the behavior of the non-Jewish resident living under Jewish jurisdiction. Elements of each of these perspectives have been considered by those striving to formulate globally applicable rules, and evidences of these same motivations are also found throughout the Bible. Although the underlying reasons for the laws may be disputed, most believe that their efforts would be universally beneficial. Effect would be universally official. Most? Who is she, this person, to say that most people think the Noahide laws are beneficial? All right, so this is episode 21, Mormonism and Masonry, from the channel Universal Co-Masonry. Here we go.
Written on the pages of the great book of nature lies a truth so profound that it has beckoned men and women throughout the ages to seek its wisdom. We will continue this quest and study many stories of humanity as we search for this light. On this journey, we will examine philosophy, religion, and science to uncover the hidden mysteries behind myth and legend using the symbols of universal Freemasonry. Welcome to Legends of the Craft.
Welcome back to Legends of the Craft. Today's topic is Mormonism and Freemasonry, and I've invited my beautiful wife, Mother Katie Quimsia, to be on the show, as she was raised as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be on the show today. I'm not quite sure how this is going to unfold, but I really think it's important that we talk about Masonry and Mormonism because there's a lot of misconceptions and there's a lot of different ideas out there. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this podcast can bring.
Before we get started, I kind of want to make the point that this is not a podcast against the church. I have a very high respect for Mormons and the Mormon Church. I don't necessarily agree with all the theology and ideas, but as members, they are some of the kindest people I've ever met. And in many ways, as a membership, they very much follow the tenets of the church. Not everybody, but on par when I compare them to other people of other faiths that I've met, they're very much dedicated to the work of Mormonism.
Well, Mormonism isn't so much a philosophy that you pick up and you study and you put down. If you truly believe in it, and it ends up being a lifestyle very akin to Freemasonry. If you allow it to graft into your life and actions, it can definitely be a different way of living. And I also want to point out that I left the church when I was 18 years old, and my perspective is not an angry ex-Mormon or ex-religious person. It's actually, I have a very deep fondness for Mormonism. And as you said, I don't necessarily agree with some of the doctrine, but I really think that people need to understand what's out there and be more informed from both a historical perspective as well as an experience.
The backdrop of this entire story is the second religious revival in America. The Mormon Church, I think, was created sometime in the 1830s, but its founder and the main prophet of the church is Joseph Smith, who at one point would become a Mason. But when he was growing up, the events of the Morgan Affair and the Anti-Masonic Party were things that probably influenced him. His father was a Mason. His brother Hiram was a Mason. So there's no doubt that Masonry influenced his way of thinking.
Well, and it's interesting because growing up in the church, we weren't obviously taught about that aspect of Brother Joseph Smith's life. And so this is some information I've come into as an adult, and it's been an interesting experience trying to reconcile what I was taught versus what is historically known. So it's a very fascinating idea to think that when I left Mormonism, it took me some time. It wasn't an overnight thing, but when I finally was ready to embrace a new way of living, it's interesting that I went to Freemasonry, which in so many ways is different than Mormonism's, but not in a lot of ways. There's some similarities that has really allowed me to graft into Freemasonry quite nicely, I feel.
Well, especially co-Masonry. Mormons wear white clothing in their temples, and in co-Masonry we do the same. Now, for those of you that don't understand Mormonism, it's very similar and very different from other Christian sects. They have churches that people go to on Sunday, and they pass sacrament, and they have talks by the bishop, which is the leader of a ward or a church. Very similar to going to other churches. But they also have temples. And in these temples, they do something called the endowment ceremony. And this is very similar to Freemasonry in many ways. Not everybody can go to the temple. You have to be a member that has received a recommend from the bishop of your ward or church. And that means that you have complied with the moral demands of the Mormon church. I know one of those is, you're not cussing, you're not having premarital sex, you're not drinking or doing drugs. Are there any others, Brother Katie?
Well, you have to follow the word of wisdom, which is what Brother Matthias is talking about. It's a way of living that's upright and clean and moral. And if you are living in such a way with the word of wisdom, you're active in your church meetings, and you are paying your tithing, there's an actual financial component, which I will tell you, having lived in the church, it wasn't like you were paying for a recommend, because you could be paying tithing and not living your moral code and not get a recommend. So it wasn't, some people misinterpret that, but there was a lot of things. And you sit down with the bishop and it's very personal. You have a conversation and you're very open, and he will recommend you to the temple by this document. It's much kind of like a Masonic passport.
So the temple and the church are like two different experiences, and that makes it kind of a unique Christian sect. It's this was an American religion. It was created in the United States, didn't come from Europe or other parts of the world, and so it has a very distinct flavor. And part of that flavor, in my opinion, is the element of Freemasonry. So historically, in December of 1841, 18 Mormon Masons organized a lodge in Nauvoo, Illinois. And Nauvoo was, at that time, sort of a Mormon city. There had been a lot of persecution of Mormons, and so they had been constantly kind of moving westward. And so they'd end up here in Nauvoo. And so these Masons, who were also Mormons, petitioned for a lodge. Now, after this lodge had been sort of organized, dozens and dozens of Mormons decided, hey, I also want to be a Mason. And one of those people was Joseph Smith. And so Joseph Smith was initiated in the upper floor space of Joseph's Red Brick Store. So this wasn't like a dedicated Masonic temple like you'd find in any city. It was the second story of a store. And on the next day, he was passed and raised to the sublime degree of Master Mason. what was novel about this is that the Grand Master of Illinois did this act without going through the normal balloting and everything.
Like communication.
Yeah, he used his power, the prerogative of a Grand Master, to make these people Masons on site and kind of foregoing the formalities. And I think this had a huge impact this very moment in Mormon history, even though I don't think a lot of Mormons would agree with it, but I think this was a pivotal moment.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I was going to back up and say, well, that's what your idea of history for Mormons, but Mormons, we weren't taught that. What we were taught, and I was raised in a very devout Mormon home, and I still have some very devout family members that are very active in the church to this day. And what we were taught is that, Joseph Smith grew up in Palmyra, New York. He migrated to Nauvoo, that the church is not from the second religious revival. Didn't learn that statement until I was well into my 20s, but that it is a restoration from the time that Jesus died on the cross back 2,000 plus years. So it's really important to have this history kind of filled in for me, because Mormonism and Masonry is not something they educate us about, even though the temples have a lot of Masonic symbols. And that's kind of what made me more aware that there was a connection, was through that symbolism. That was kind of my gateway into tying the two together.
So before we get into the kind of the comparisons or the similarities between Mormonism and Freemasonry, it's very important to kind of understand where Mormons put Masonry, the opposite of perspective that we're having here on this podcast today. So Mormons that are aware of the Masonic influence on the church or the connection, they have several different theories. One theory I've read is that Masonry comes from King Solomon's temple, and the temple endowment ceremonies of Mormonism also come from the time of King Solomon. So it's almost like two different lines coming from one source.
They're parallel to each other. And when I came into that knowledge of this kind of connection of Freemasonry, Mormonism, I remember making that statement like, oh, well, Joseph Smith got a lot of this ideas for the temple from the Freemasons. And it definitely was left to suspicion by my family, because they ultimately said, no, there's a parallel path from King Solomon's temple, but Freemasonry is a corrupted form and Mormonism is the more pure form.
Yeah, that's a very important point, is that they believe that Freemasonry is a degenerate form of the true endowment that was passed down by the patriarchs in the Old Testament. So what they call the endowments, or what we call the first 3 degrees, is something that was practiced by Adam and by Enoch and by Noah, and all these guys practiced these rites because, as you'll find out a little later, they take what we consider the legend of the 3rd degree quite literally, and it's actually an integral part of their religion.
Absolutely. And the endowment ceremony is not something that is just given to anyone, which is also very akin to Freemasonry. There is that recommendation process. You have to be at least of a minimum age and very devout to your religion. The way that I've kind of come to understand what ward or church is like compared to the temple is, I would say that the Mormons, and this is my perspective, not theirs, that going to church is an exoteric religious activity, but the temple is the esoteric. It is meant for the few and the faithful, and not anyone can just walk into a temple. There is quite the vetting process, because that devotion is very important, especially since the temple ceremonies are so vastly different from church ceremonies.
They have lesser mysteries and greater mysteries.
Yes.
And it's one of the things I respect a lot about the church. Now, the second theory that a Mormon actually told me is that God inspired Joseph Smith to become a Mason to get the incomplete version of the endowment, that he could restore it to its perfection. So a little different from the first theory, but still kind of on the same idea that we have a degenerate form as Masons, but it's still good enough. It's still somewhat intact that he was inspired to receive those degrees, that he could take it and then move it back to a full restoration.
Which goes in line with the idea that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is a restorative church. So it's on multiple levels. It's not just restoring Christianity to its rightful place in the new millennia, but it's also bringing those endowment ceremonies out of obscurity and decay from, quote unquote, the Freemasons.
Yeah, this is the Hermetic idea of the perennial religion,
Hmm.
the once universal religion that covered the globe. A lot of occultists or esoterics would say that's coming from more ancient civilizations, like maybe the Atlanteans, if they existed. But for Mormons, there was a perennial religion, which was the true teachings of Christ, and they have been degenerate over many millennia.
Well, they've been corrupted, especially since the death of Christ. So that corrupted form permeated all of humanity for 2,000 years, and well, little less than 2,000 years. But when Joseph Smith was born and was brought on this earth, his sole purpose, his dharma, if you will, if I can use that word, is to restore what was once corrupted.
So Masonry enters the scene in the 1840s. Joseph Smith becomes a Freemason. Now, what I find so interesting is that it was only 6 weeks later, that the Nauvoo endowment ceremony was revealed to the elite Mormon members. So basically 45 days later, he created the ceremony after having become a Mason. To me, that's not a coincidence.
Or restored the ceremony, depending on the perspective you're coming from. But it is quite coincidental, if not even more so coincidental, and it's hard to refute that's history. This is what happened. So what did happen in those 6 weeks? Was it really a restoration, or was it just him trying to figure out how to adapt this new ritual he came into to this budding church that he had created or restored?
Well, Masonry is no doubt the inspiration of a lot of movements in the 17th, 18th, 19th, and even 20th century. Masonry just plays with the imagination. It's just so different. It's ritualistic. It's universal brotherhood, all its principles. It's just something that I think has given a lot of inspiration to a lot of movements. So that Joseph Smith was inspired by it, I have no doubt, because he himself was such an interesting figure. I mean, he had a huge imagination. He was innovative. He was a genius.
He was
brilliant.
persevering.
Yeah, some people think he's a charlatan. Other people think he's the greatest messenger of the Lord. In either case, he wasn't a buffoon. He wasn't an idiot. And he very much had a very clear vision of what he was doing, and he was able to adapt and evolve. It's very interesting that the Mormon faith, when it was created, there were a lot of questions going around about things that the Catholic Church had been able to answer for 1,000 years of the Protestants. And so he created a religion that answered all those questions that people had on their mind.
These answers that Joseph Smith and his religion created during the Second Revival still has a lasting effect today, because I remember growing up and always having an answer for every question that my friends who were religious had about their religion. I always had an answer, and I never felt ill prepared for a religious conversation in my youth. Now, that didn't necessarily hold up when I was older, but it was very solid from the very beginning.
He was a person that seemed to get very enamored with new ideas. He liked novelties. He liked new things. I don't think he was a very conservative type person, in the sense that he was willing to learn anything and try to discover everything. He was a seeker to a very high degree. And if you look at his years before forming the church, there's a lot of stories that the church doesn't like put out there, but there's enough evidence in newspapers in New York, showing that he was very much into the occult, using various symbols that were alchemical and hermetic in nature, performing rituals, and he believed in divination. And even when you read the story of how he translated the Book of Mormon, looking into a hat, and he was using, what is it called?
The Urim and Thummim.
This is very much plays into this idea of divination and using different relics in order to uncover truth.
Well, and I think that's what makes a lot of other Christian sects not very comfortable with Mormonism, because there is this element of ritual and secrecy that are not found in other places, symbolism and occultism. And although I would say growing up, I had a very literal interpretation, it wasn't so much an esoteric understanding. There was that idea of personal revelation, that you can talk to God directly. You didn't have to necessarily go through anyone, although the bishops and the prophet had their place in that spiritual hierarchy, if you will. But that's why I think a lot of Christians really struggle with accepting Mormons as Christians. It's because of this really interesting component that I feel like Freemasonry deeply, deeply influenced. And because Joseph Smith's bend towards the occult, he loved Egyptology at the time. That was a really big thing, getting mummies from Egypt and opening up their coffins and trying to figure out what was in there. And so there's a lot of influence. Like if you look at the Pearl Great Price, which is one of the books that is used in the Mormon church, I remember sitting in church looking at this really crazy.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, are you there? Yes, you can hear me. Okay. So this is interesting. I'm really interested in this, especially since she's ex-Mormon. That's super interesting, isn't it? Yeah, super duper interesting. Okay, let's continue. Standards of civilization. Simple moral or social norms are essential for the success of any civilization, and many believe that the list of Noahide laws is sufficiently broad and adaptable to most, if not all, societies, and would preserve basic order and morality. Accounts from the biblical Bible indicate that as civilizations or societies increase in wickedness and disobedience to the basic principles of respect and order found in the Noahide laws, they became unstable, and either way were destroyed by neighboring groups or by internal forces, or they repented and regained the strength and security that comes with obedience to the commands of God. For example, Cain was banished for having murdered his brother. King Ahaz's kingdom was destroyed for worshiping false idols, and Jeremiah prophesied that Jerusalem would be destroyed by great and cruel nation because of the prevalence of theft, murder, and adultery among the people. While these last two examples involve punishment of the Israelites who had accepted a higher covenant, this higher covenant encompassed the basic commands of the Noahide laws, and Jeremiah, in the final example, made it clear that part of the reason the people of his time would be punished was for their disregard of these standards of civilization. Not to that will it seems ironic that a wicked nation would be victorious over the perhaps equally iniquitous Israelites. Iniquitous Israelites. Jeremiah also prophesied that these conquering nations of heathens who were also guilty of worshiping false gods would not escape punishment if they did not repent. Covenant obligations. Although not all people acknowledge that they are the beneficiaries of covenants made between God and Adam and Noah and their posterity, most recognize that each person is individually responsible for his or her action. An important precept of the Noahide laws is that all men and women are created in the image of God and possess the ability to discern from good and evil. Consequently, they are capable of acting for themselves. Genesis 3:22 informs us that this ability is one of the effects of the fall. Hellman whether or not people recognize a supreme being or subscribe to eschatological theories, most understand that in order to be included in a successful group, whether that means functioning in a basic civilization or belonging to an elect few, they must agree to certain restrictions on behavior. The Noahide laws are an example of one half of such an agreement. As indicated above, the other half is God's promise to preserve the earth, bless the land, and never destroy the world by floods again. Thus, the principles behind the Noahide laws can be seen not only as matter of natural law, universal social convention, or reasonably presumed constructs of social contrast, but also as reflection of the basic principles of covenants. Wow, just the Noahide laws are just so standard, you know. Hi. Oh, martial law. Can you send me your email in the book? I never got it. If you still have my email, it's vincent.bruno.1229@gmail.com. Um, okay, wait, somebody emailed me. Chris. Who's Chris? Okay. I don't see that email from anyone named Chris. I don't see anything from anyone named Chris. No, nothing from anyone named Chris. Okay. Justice and equity. While non-believers are expected to abide by simple moral norms of covenants, followers of God and the prophets who understand the higher laws are held to stricter standards according to Nahum Rakeover. The thrust of the law is not really concerned with prescribing regulations, but with implementing just and equitable laws. This becomes a concern whether justice with different legal and moral standards intermingle. This becomes a concern whenever societies with different legal and moral systems intermingle. Because of the impossibility of keeping the covenant people of God separate from other civilizations, the Noahide laws provide a basic list designed to deal with this situation. References in the Bible make it apparent that all foreigners living within Israel's cities were expected to obey Sabbath laws and the law of Moses in general. And Moses commanded them, saying, "Gather the people together, men and women, and children, and they stray stranger, this is within the gates, that they may hear, that they may learn and fear the Lord your God, and observe to do all the words of this law." These ideas outline the principles behind the Noahide laws, although specific Noahide laws were not codified until centuries after the events of the Bible and the Book of Mormon. The fundamental ideas underlying these laws are clearly alluded to throughout the Bible and, as will be demonstrated, throughout the Book of Mormon as well. Variations of scriptural universal standards. Universal standards are most helpful when integrating two different systems. When one society or civilization meets another, they seek common ground to resolve important differences. In the Old Testament, such encounters and the resulting compromise led to variations in the situation of Noahide type laws. The later enumerations of these laws all come from Lehi had left Jerusalem, but they revealed that the above mentioned principles above which the Noahide laws were found are stable. As these laws became codified, disagreement arose over how many commandments were actually issued to Adam and Noah, respectively. Various texts record possible additional prohibitions, such as those relating to one, drinking the blood of living animals, two, emasculation or castration, three, sorcery, four, all magical practices listed in Deuteronomy. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consultant with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. 5. Crossbreeding different species of animals, as mentioned in the Talmud. 6. Grafting different types of trees together. 7. Mixing seeds. And 8. Blemish sacrifices. Injunctions regarding 9. Charity, procreation, 9 charity, 10 procreation, and 11 obedience to Torah are also found. Another record lists the 7 Noahide law provisions as prohibiting idolatry, adultery, murder, robbery, eating the limb cut from a living animal, the emasculation of animals, and 7 pairing of different species of animals. At one point, 30 Noahide laws were mentioned. Another list of laws recorded in Jubilees, which predates the rabbinic law, lists including strikingly different commandments. Jubilee 7 to 20 to 27, 20 to 21 states, and in the 20 And in the 28th Jubilee, Noah began to command his grandsons with ordinances and commandments and all of the judgments which he knew. And he bore witness to his sons so they might do justice and cover the shame of their flesh and bless the one who created them and honor father and mother and each one love his neighbor and preserve themselves from fornication and pollution and from all injustice. From the passage, the Noahide laws are 1, to do justice, righteousness, 2, to dress modestly, 3, to bless the Creator, 4, to honor parents, 5, to love one's neighbor, and 6, to avoid fornication, and 7, to remain free from pollution. Other pseudographic texts attribute to the antediluvian or pre-patriarchal period lists a different set of 8 basic laws. Pseudo-Phylides reads: 1. Neither commit adultery nor arouse homosexual passion. 2. Neither drive treachery nor strain your hands with blood. 3. Do not become rich unjustly, but live from honorable means. 4. Be content with what you have and abstain from what is another. Be content with what you have and abstain from what is another's. Do not tell lies, but always speak the truth. 6. Honor God foremost and afterward your parents. 7. Always dispense justice and let not your judgment be influenced by favor. 8. Do not cast down the poor unjustly, but do not judge partially. Similar to Jubilee's text, the sentence of the Syriac men and reads: 1. Fear God. 2. Honor your father and mother. You shall. 3. Do not murder. And 4. Your hand shall not do what is hateful. And the Greek Baruch reads: Those who drink and exceeds do all evil. Brothers, do not show mercy to brother, not father to son, nor son to father, and from the evil of wine comes forth 1. Murder, and 2. Adultery, 3. Fornication, 4. Cursing, 5. Theft, 6. Similar things, and nothing good is accomplished through it. Despite the possible additions and variations, the prevalent opinion in the Talmud is that there are only 7 Noahide laws. The others are understood as falling under one or another of the 7 laws. In the New Testament, Paul gives a list of 4 commandments for covenants to Christianity who were not Jews. This list is the only one that bears any systematic relationship to the set of religious laws which the Pentateuch makes obligatory on resident aliens dwelling amid the Israelites. Paul's 4 commandments are found in the following passage. Know from Acts 15:18-20, know unto God are all this work from the beginning of the word. Therefore, my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to God, but that we write unto them that they abstain from 1 pollutions of idols, and from 2 fornication, and from 3 things strangled, and from 4 blood. Acts 15:18-20. The Noahide laws then were not rigid list. The Noahide laws then were not a rigid list for the matter, neither were the contents of the 10 Commandments, but underlying each list are principles that bring about a standard of civilization, obedience to covenant obligations, and preservation of justice and equity. The earlier lists, such as that in Jubilees, reflect more of a concern with basic ethical and religious beliefs and behavior rather than with crossing boundaries or contracting impurities. As time went on, the Noahide laws expanded and became more concerned with Jewish ritual purity. Whatever their source or purpose, these laws are mandatory study for Jewish scholar, but also universally ignored by the modern day Gentile. Okay, let's continue with the talk.
Easy looking Egyptian picture and like not understanding because I was fairly young, and even when I was older I didn't understand it, but it's very Egyptian. And I think people take it in the church so normal because we grow up in it and it's something we're very familiar with, but from looking outside it's very different. It's a very different feel.
Another interesting aspect of Mormonism is this idea of 3 heavens. or 3 degrees of glory. They have um, not one heaven, but it's divided in 3 places. And even the lowest of these 3 is better than where we live today on earth.
Right. We're told from a very young age the reason why we don't get to see these other planes of existence, that there's that belief in the permanence of the soul, that if we saw it, we'd kill ourselves to live there. So there is 3 kingdoms, and they're the terrestrial, telestial, and celestial kingdom. And interestingly enough, those 3 kingdoms of the afterlife are divided into three sub levels, if you will, within each one. So there's a total of 9 different places that a soul can end up, depending on the way they've lived their life. No hell, too, which is really nice.
I have no proof of this, but I have no doubt that Joseph Smith read Dante's Inferno and somehow kind of took the imagery from that and developing this idea, which I think is a beautiful idea. I mean, I don't agree with it in a literal sense, but in a metaphoric sense, it's not very different from Hermeticism in terms of the different planes or spheres that your soul has to move up and down as it incarnates into this mortal existence.
Well, if you look at a lot of the Western esoteric traditions, there's this idea of emanations, that there are planets or spheres upon spheres that have energy flowing from the divine source down to material where we live. And learning that after being Mormon, it made a lot of sense on why these kingdoms existed, because they're emanations of the divine, and anything created by God is perfect. So it would make sense that even the lowest place in those kingdoms would still be more beautiful than the densest of matter, which is where we live in this realm.
The Mormon ward or church has a bishop, and he has a first and second counselor. And this trinity of leadership works all the way up in the church. So the head of the church is known as the prophet or the president of the church, and he also has a first and a second. And I can't help but to think about the master and his 2 wardens. It's a very similar structure of trinities moving all the way from the top all the way to the bottom. It's always in 3s.
Yeah, in Mormonism, we wouldn't say Trinity, but we would definitely say triplets. And I know that's a small distinction, but it's a big distinction, as Mormons don't believe in the Trinity. But if we look at it, when I went from Mormonism to Masonry, it was a very natural thing to hear that 3 rule a lodge, because a ward or a church, 3 ruled the church. And the first and second counselor were the right and left hand of the bishop. And that's very much in line with the senior and junior warden and the right worshipful master.
So let's get into the temple ceremonies. And I don't want to get too much into detail because I do have a lot of respect that Mormons find their rites sacred. So we're not going to be reading lines that you can find online, but we are going to point out some similarities between a Masonic lodge and a Mormon temple, because there are many. And that'll lead us to, I think, a greater discussion. But the first thing that I find very interesting is that they wear aprons, and they're green aprons. They're in the shape of a big leaf to show the innocence of those that lived in the Garden of Eden.
It very much hails from the Garden of Eden. And when they look at the aprons are green and white instead of, and there's a lot of variation in Masonic obediences on what those aprons look like, but theirs are green and white. And they also have special white clothing they wear, which that apron sits over. But it's very much about that Garden of Eden, and that it's not that they believe in the fall. Like, we're not staying with the original sin of Adam, but we are reminded of the sin of Adam so that we don't make the same. So the apron is there as a reminder.
Well, in fact, the entire endowment ceremony moves around this concept of the fall of man. So while the Masonic drama is around the construction of King Solomon's temple and the events that take place near its completion, the Mormon drama takes place at Eden.
The first patriarch.
And it explains how man fell from this grace with God into this material world that we live in, and how he must work now to regain paradise.
It's a little bit different than what people think, and I want to be very clear on this, is that even though we fell, like Adam fell out of God's grace in the sense of the Garden of Eden, this isn't a negative thing. In Mormon theology, the human body is a gift. And so even though there's this fall, there is this idea that living in the mortal flesh is a good thing and that we are very capable to ascend back to the source. The whole process, and this is very much in line with, again, the Western esoteric traditions that believe in ascension and descension, and that there is a positive spin to it. And that's why Mormons don't believe in the original sin so much as like, I'm stained with Adam, because we are given this existence to return back, well, at least choose to return back to God. And so the first patriarch and that experience is really, really important because that's when it all began. That's when manifestation happened. That's where we had that free will come into play.
This is really no different than Masonry's Scottish Rite degree. I think it's the 28th degree where there's a huge emphasis on the Garden of Eden and the teachings and events that take place there. So there is a very close Masonic equivalent to the Mormon drama in the Scottish Rite degrees. But that being said, getting back to the point, both use a drama, Masonry and Mormonism. Both are using aprons. They even use some hats that
very different than the Masonic hat.
Well, but there's an idea that you either, you're wearing a top hat or the Scottish Rite cap. There's this idea that you need headwear in order to perform certain ritualistic acts.
It's interesting what you say about the headwear, because in the ward, you don't wear anything on your head. It's actually very I'd say look down on, but it's kind of taboo. You don't wear hats or anything like that. It's something that's left to the higher mysteries. And in Masonry, you'll see that in the lower degrees, you're not wearing headwear, but in the higher degrees you are. So there is something about trapping that energy in the head and trying to have this divine experience, whether it's in the Masonic experience or in the LDS experience.
Well, even if you look at Catholicism, the Pope and the cardinals, they have a special headgear. When we look to the Middle East, same thing. Headwear is a very important part of ritual. There's this idea of either bringing the spirit in through the head or containing the spirit without letting it go. I mean, the Jews wear a yarmulke for this very purpose. So the headwear is very ritualistic. These aprons, they have this special clothing that they wear, which, again, as co-Masons, I think we can very much relate to. And I know Mormons that have come into co-Masonic lodges, and they feel very much at home in that atmosphere.
The wearing of all white in the co-Masonic order, as well as in Mormonism, I like the symbology of it. And I know there's a lot of different interpretations on what a Mason should wear. Is it all black? Is it a tuxedo if you are in a male-only lodge, or is it black and white? But there's something about wearing all white, and it's an interesting experience because when they go into the temple to do these endowment ceremonies, they can't wear anything from their outside world. This white is to show somewhat of an innocency throughout the ceremonies.
Well, I think this kind of takes us back to Egyptian Freemasonry, to Cagliostro and the rite he created, because they would wear all white. And I don't know if Joseph Smith read anything at his time about the Egyptian rite that was emerging only a century before in Europe, but I have no doubt that it may be a strong connection. It certainly is for us as co-Masons.
Well, and the other thing is that when we look at the special underwear that people wear in the Mormon faith, which I have to say, people on the outside of the LDS Church are not always very nice about the garments that these Mormons wear. And I actually
the special underwear, the weird underwear, the Mormon underwear. Man, I've heard so many people make fun of this.
Yeah, and I first off, I don't think it's really nice to make fun of anything, but I do feel that there's something to be said about wearing purity close to your heart all day long and to cover your whole body in it. And those special garments have symbols that are constant reminders to live a moral, just, and upright life. So I wish people would be a little bit more tolerant towards that. Yes, it is different for sure, but that idea of having white towards the heart closest to you is a great reminder. And then when you go into the temple, you're wearing white exteriorly, so you're white, innocence and purity throughout. And what a lovely existence to reside in.
Well, I want to make 2 points about the Mormon underwear. I mean, first, there's a strong Masonic connection there because there are symbols on the garments, very clearly sort of a square and a compasses on the 2 breasts of the underwear that both men and women wear. And I have no doubt that was again influenced by Joseph Smith's participation in our mysteries. But on a personal note, I think the underwear is not something to be laughed at. I actually think it's something that's very admirable, because you put these garments on every day underneath your clothing, and it's a reminder of your duty, of your obligations to the church. When they say it protects you from evil, I'm not sure I believe in that in a literal way, but there may be some magic behind that I can't deny. But certainly, as a member, you're reminded of the purity that you're to uphold as a Latter-day Saint. And that purity is indispensable in their salvation. Therefore, having that constant reminder is beautiful in many ways.
Well, I mean, there are Masons out there who get tattoos on their body of squares and compasses, and it's like, well, if you're willing to put that on your skin, then why is someone who's going to put it in clothes silly? If you revere it that much to put it on your body, why is it that another interpretation is to put it on the clothes? I mean, there's lots of brothers out there that have square and compass shirts and stuff. They wear it to the world. So it's not a strange thing. It's just we think it's strange because it's not like us. But there is that obligation. I would say it's not even an obligation to the church, although there is that level. It's an obligation to yourself and your contract with God that you have chosen to return to him. And these are reminders to help you, because we're all full of mistakes and we need constant reminders all the time.
Well, you just made me think, Brother Katie. The underwear, the special underwear, the garments that the Mormons wear, very similar to the gowns that Masons use to prepare themselves for the first 3 degrees. So I wonder if Joseph Smith incorporated that in a constant way, as opposed to just only when you're undergoing a ceremony of initiation, passing, or raising. You're being initiated, passed, and raised every day of your life. So you're always in the mode of initiation. It's actually quite symbolic.
It's very active. It's not a passive religion. It's very active base, which is also a Masonic trait, that they may not be building cathedrals or the ethereal temple, not made with hands, but they are building a new way of living. That, I mean, Mormonism is a lifestyle. If you actually believe and live what you believe, it's not a Sunday excursion. It is, I had church every morning. I had church in the evenings. I had church on Saturday. I was surrounded by this community all the time, which is not too far from the brotherhood of having, if you have a really strong lodge, of being with other members who celebrate the same virtues that you want to inculcate in your life.
Now, when we go into the endowment ceremony, we find that they have special words, they have grips or tokens, they have penalties, and they have language that's, in some cases, verbatim or very close to the way Masons explain these things in the first 3 degrees. So going through the endowment ceremony is very much like going through a Masonic ceremony, where you're learning.
Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, there we go. Okay, we're going to keep reading, so give me 1 second. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's read. Universal laws in the Book of Mormon. The record of interactions between groups of people in the Book of Mormon describes the development of legal or moral standards for civilization that seem to be based on principles similar to those behind the Noahide laws. While the same list of laws are not precisely enumerated in the Book of Mormon, the ideas and moral principles upon which they are based are found throughout the record. Because Because Book of Mormon history parallels the Noahide, Abraham, Moses, David diaspora history of the Jews, Lehi's small group separates, wanders, enlarges. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. 1 second. That should work. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so because Book of Mormon history parallels the Noah, Abraham, Moses, David diaspora history of the Jews, Lehi's small group separates, wanders, enlarges into a civilization, and finally falls into apostasy and forced destruction. The environment was such that similar evolution was possible if the Noahide principles were present at the onset. The development of Nephite law occurred in 3 stages. The initial stage began with Nephites and Lamanites separated from each other. The middle periods involved King Benjamin and the interactions his kingdom had with outside groups. Finally, with the coming of Christ, a new legal standard was implemented that applied to all. These stages highlight important legal developments in Book of Mormon history that reflect principles of eternal standards. 1 second. Hold on. Okay, give me a second. Okay. After the prophet Lehi died, disagreement arose between his sons, and one of them, Nephi, left the area, taking with him all those who believed in the warning and the revelations of God. Nephi, those who followed him, did observe to keep the judgments and the statutes and the commandments of the Lord in all things according to the law of Moses. Nephi acknowledged that the Lord was with him and his people, but recorded that the word of the Lord was fulfilled, which he spake, saying that inasmuch as they, Nephi's brethren, the Lamanites, will not hearken unto thy words, they shall be cut off from the presence of the Lord, and behold, they were cut off from this presence. The Book of Mormon notes that the Lamanites delighted in wars and bloodshed, and they had an eternal hatred against us, the Nephites, their brethren, and they sought by the power of their arms to destroy us continually. With the children of Lehi having split into 2 societies with different policies and standards of civilization, Nephi clarified to his people that whether or not the Lamanites chose to acknowledge God and his commandments to them as covenant children, a minimum level of piety must still be observed by all. Nephi wrote that the Lord has not commanded any that they should not partake of his goodness, and that all men are privileged to the one like unto the other, and none are forbidden. But because both Jew and Gentile are alike unto God, in order to receive God's blessing of the Lord has instructed that there shall be no priestcraft, or in other words, people should not preach and set themselves up for a light unto the world, that they may get gain and praise the world. He has also described that all men should have charity, which charity is love, and except they should have charity, they were nothing. Further, Second Nephi 26:32 states, Command 3, that men should not murder; 4, that they should not lie; 5, that they should not steal; 6, that they should not take the name of the Lord their God in vain; 7, that they should not envy; 8, that they should not have malice; 9, that they should not contend on which another. They should not contend one with another. 10, they should not commit whoredom. And 11, that they should do none of these things, for whoso doeth them shall perish. These commandments were the standard that God directed that all people follow, black and white, bond and free, male and female, and are thus comparable to the Noahide laws in scope and purpose. This initial stage in the development of Nephite civilization showed a deliberate attempt to proactively prevent a crisis by establishing universal laws for others not in the covenant. Okay, let's continue.
These type of things that are necessary to distinguish you from other people, and to be able to meet a brother, whether it's a Masonic brother or Mormon brother, and be able to identify yourself.
I'm really happy you brought this up, because this is the part of the Mormon doctrine that a lot of people don't know, is that, in Freemasonry, we say we have these signs, groups, or tokens, these words of identification. And it's, I'm not walking down the street giving everyone a articular handshake to notify them that I'm a Mason, though some brothers do that. I don't. But the Mormons take this very literally. There is a whole reason why Mormons, they don't tell you you can't be cremated, but they prefer, if you can, to be interred into the ground. You're always facing with your feet to the east. You have certain ideas where Jesus Christ is going to use these signs, grips, and tokens and bring you out of the grave, which is very Masonic in a lot of ways. And they even have special names, which I mean, I never knew my mother's, obviously, and I never knew my father's. They're kept very secret. And so they take it very, very literal. And it's very important in their way of living. And so honoring these signs, scripts, and tokens is fundamental to their endowment and to the temple going process.
The third degree of Freemasonry for them
Is literal.
And it is essential for the resurrection to a higher life, to go to heaven. That right there is such an important part of the religion, and such an important part of Freemasonry, even though it's figurative for us, that there is definitely a connection right there. It cannot be denied.
Many people talk about the legend of the third degree and the Grand Master that's in there. But for the Mormons, the Grand Master is Jesus Christ. And I've never read that, but that's something I've definitely associated to, that there is a lot of allegory for the Freemason, but for the Mormon, it is a very literal interpretation of these legends. The names have changed, but the story is the same.
Other similarities is, they use knocks. And at one point in their ceremony, there's a veil between two rooms, which at one point in history had a square and compasses. And to go through the endowment ceremony, you had to pass through this veil, of which you had to perform what we call in Freemasonry the 5 points of fellowship. Now, a lot of these elements have been removed. There was a big removal around the 1920s because there used to be a part of the ceremony in which you had to avow revenge for the martyrdom of Joseph Smith. That was removed from the ceremonies. But that kind of reminds you of the vengeance degrees in Freemasonry. And then there was another big change in the 1990s. I know they removed the penalties and the intimacy of the 5 points of fellowship because it was just weirding a lot of people out from what I've read.
It was, because you got to think, you're going from these exoteric, these lower mysteries, and then you're put into this very different, higher mystery type of environment, this backdrop. And it, as the church grew, obviously more people were attending the temple, and it was just too much for a lot of people. I've met a lot of individuals who have left Mormonism who are like, the temple ceremonies just freaked me out. And I was like, well, if you're looking at Masonry, then you might need to take some time, because they're very similar. But the difference is that Freemasonry has that freedom of interpretation of allegory and legend versus like, this is literal and this is how it will be. So
in the opposite way, I know many people that have left the church and they want to become Freemasons because they want the wholeness of the Mormon ceremonies. They're like, oh, we got gypped because, when I took the endowment, they'd already changed so many things, and I want to see the full vision of what was intended by Joseph Smith. So I think that can go both ways. Some people are freaked out. Some people want the whole thing. But it's very Masonic nonetheless. Now, again, are these two traditions that came from King Solomon's temple? Is Masonry a degenerate form of the true mysteries as practiced by Adam and Eve in Eden? I certainly don't ascribe to those theories, but nevertheless, the similarities are very striking.
Well, I think it's important, yes, to figure out where you stand on who came from what and when and how, but ultimately to really just kind of do a comparative religion type study. Go to the temple that's near your house and just look at the Masonic symbolism. It's amazing. They have so much rich occultism that I think a lot of its members are very blind to, just because it's not taught. We're not taught from a young age, like, to go look at the temple and to really interpret those symbols for yourself.
Well, in my opinion, the occultism of Joseph Smith was suppressed after his death, and not as much by Brigham Young, his immediate successor, but over the last 200 years, the church doesn't want people bringing those things up because that discourages people from joining. I think the church has been moving to become more and more mainstream and to fit alongside all the other Christian sects. Personally, I don't like that at all, because I think the beauty of Mormonism, it's its uniqueness and its occult nature and its esoteric viewing of the world. I think it has a very unique model to be successful and to help people's lives. And so the need to blend in with the other Christian sects, they exist already. You don't need to blend in.
Well, and that's the thing that actually goes kind of against what we were taught when we were young, is that we're special, that we're unique, and that people will make fun of us because we don't fit in. But that's okay, because we are Latter-day Saints. There's kind of this chivalristic type of idea that we are the last spiritual warriors of this dispensation. And so for me, just kind of watching I don't know if you would say evolution or involution, it kind of depends on how you feel, but just watching how the church has become more modern actually brings me a little sadness, because I was like, man, I thought we were unique, thought we were different. And that's something that really spoke to us, because you are going to get made fun of in this religion. There are people who make fun of every religion, but this one specifically, because it doesn't really integrate with the rest of the Christian world. And it's sad for me, a little nostalgic, to be like, oh man, I thought we were special.
And I still think it's, special in terms of being different from other Christian sects. But I think that's, as the years pass by, that's getting a little more and more diminished, because everything has to be mainstream today. That's just sort of the peer pressure worldwide. I think as religion is suffering in attendance, and religion is being attacked because now there's so many people that aren't religious and don't see the need for. I don't know how many people I encounter now that just think religion is only a form of control and it serves no other purpose. And the church must be feeling that. And they have a very strict policy around homosexuals in the church and women participation in the priesthood. And so they tend to be very conservative that way, and they must be hemorrhaging because of that.
Well, and that's interesting that you brought up the priesthood, because I remember as a child, I wasn't a particularly unruly person. I was actually more of a rule follower. So for me to step away from the church was kind of a big shock, I think, for my family in general. But this idea that women couldn't hold the priesthood, I could never wrap my head around it. And I was told, and I don't know if this is Mormon doctrine, but that women were so special because we could have children, that men were given the keys to the priesthood. So what I like about co-masonry is there isn't that distinction, but we're all equal. And that was something that I greatly appreciated in the difference between Mormonism and Freemasonry, is that it didn't matter if you're male or female, you are equal. And it took me a little bit of time to get used to being called Brother Wilson, which was my maiden name at the time, because that was my dad instead of Sister Wilson. So there was that spreading of equality that I really, really liked, and I still like to this day, that is different from at least the tradition I grew up in.
One thing I love about Mormonism is that in some ways it's the earliest co-Masonic body in the world from a certain perspective, because Le Jour Humain was, in the 1880s, Medita Dem being initiated in 1882. But Joseph Smith, when he created the endowment, though initially he only allowed men in, he started allowing women before his martyrdom. So it was for both. Now, granted, it's not on the same level, but still, it was a mixed body. And that's pretty novel for the 1840s.
Very novel, especially because we're before women's suffrage and equality of women. And so there is a distinct difference between the higher mysteries in the Mormon Church and Freemasonry. But there, as we've been talking about this last 40 minutes or so, that there's a lot of similarities. And it's easy to see why some people struggle with the Mormon Church, because it is so eclectic and it's so different. but also to see some people find a home there because it's very Masonic, although they may not use those terms exactly.
Other similarities in the temple range from the administering of obligations, or what they call covenants, which are you kneel at an altar and you take these obligations as we do, which is very similar in that nature, to the use of various symbols like the beehive. That's actually the symbol of Utah. But moving on with the story, Masonry was invoked at the very end of Joseph Smith's life. He had instituted polygamy. He had upset a lot of people, and there was a printing press that was talking ill of the church and Joseph Smith. So he used his militia. There was one called the Mormon militia in Nauvoo, and he destroyed the printing press. And then a lot of people got upset.
Didn't go over well.
It did not go over well. And him and his brother Hiram surrendered themselves, and they were imprisoned in Carthage Jail, which is in Illinois. And an angry mob formed at one point outside. They wanted Joseph and Hiram's heads, and they broke into the building. They shot Hiram in the chest.
Died on sight.
Died on sight. And then Joseph Smith went to the window, and it is believed that he attempted to do the grand sign of distress of a Freemason. And he used part of the words, which is, "Oh Lord, my God." But as the window was open and he could see, somebody shot him in the chest, and he fell out of the building dead.
And he literally died saying his last Masonic line ever. And I remember when you and I went to the Legacy Theater in Utah, and they had a particular film running, and it was on Joseph Smith. And I still remember to this day, the screen went dark right as he falls out of the window. I don't know if you remember this. And he says, "Oh Lord, my God." And there's nothing on the screen. It's just those words. And by this time I had been Mason for many years, and just the chills, because it was like the first time I've seen the third degree legend really become a literal call for help. And unfortunately, it didn't work out in his case. He died before it could ever be administered. But what an amazing line to be your last line.
The story of Joseph Smith could not be more interesting, frankly.
Right.
It's an absolutely fascinating life. And after his martyrdom, Brigham Young took over, he himself also being a Mason, and he moved the Saints, or the Latter-day Saints, further westward because of the persecution, and they settled in the Utah Territory. And for a short bit, they continued having Masonry, but Brigham Young eventually made a decree saying that members could not be members of the Masonic Lodge. Now, was that because he didn't like Freemasonry? I doubt that. It was probably more likely that the endowment ceremony had grown to be such an important part of the Mormon society at that point that he may not have wanted people to see the similarities. Another thing I heard from an actual Mormon who's also a Mason, she told me that the idea was the Saints were trying to survive out there in Utah, and they didn't have time to go to Masonic Lodge. So he banned that activity so they could all focus on the building of the kingdom of heaven on earth. In either regard, it again played another major factor. Now, when the Grand Lodge of Utah was finally formed, it was basically made up of non-members. And the church said you couldn't be a Mason, and the Grand Lodge of Utah said you couldn't be a Mormon. That all ended in the 1980s, but it took almost a century for that mutual ban of affiliation to take place.
Well, there's another interpretation, and I don't know where I've heard it, that the men were doing Masonry so much that they were not following through on their Mormon obligations. And that was another possibility of why Brigham Young had decided to put the kibosh on dual membership, because it was distracting them, as you said, from building the Great Salt Lake area. But there's a lot of different ideas out there, and maybe all of them are true depending on the person you're talking to. But this idea that Freemasonry and Mormonism do not relate to each other is really not based in any truth, because there's just so much of Joseph Smith's life, like his formative years, he was around Freemasonry. In his years that he was creating a church was around Masonry. His last words when he died, when he was martyred, was Masonic lines. Like, it's very clear to me that he was very, very much impassioned by the Masonic ceremonies, in so much so that he let it influence his church, which is, as you said at the beginning of our conversation, is one of the fastest growing Christian churches in the world.
For those of you that are more interested in the topic, there's plenty of books out there on this subject. Those written by Masons, those written by Mormons. But ultimately, it is in my opinion that Freemasonry did influence Mormonism in a very good way. And to see Masonry spreading like it did into different traditions only speaks to its integrity and its importance in modern day life.
It's still applicable, Freemasonry. It's not something that was just good for the time that it first came into existence. It still has import in people's lives. And I think whether it's through the endowment ceremony or the 3 degrees of Freemasonry, it still shows relevance for literally millions of people. It's a very active tradition happening right now in this time.
So I'd like to end the show with a quote by Joseph Smith, or should I say, Brother Joseph Smith, which I think sums up a lot of what he was attempting to do. And whether it's something the church follows today or not, I think is a great bit of advice. And the quote is, "Man is that man may have joy." And I think that summarizes in a very beautiful and concise way the idea of Masonry and Mormonism, which is we're here to find joy. Not joy like in the sense of entertainment and pleasure, but the real joy,
A divine joy.
a spiritual joy. And that's done through hard work, that's by limiting the appetites, and that's by engaging in ritual work. So whether you're a Mason or a Mormon or both, ritual is a fundamental part of our lives.
Thank you for listening to Legends of the Craft. This podcast is purely the opinion.
Hello? Okay, I'm on. Oh, I forgot to tell everyone that I'm going to be on Norvin Hobbins discussing the Noahide laws today at 2. If you know who he is, Norvin Hobbins. um, wait 1 second. Jama, what is this? It's to you. It was in our room. For me. Is it a fun thing? It's fun? No. Hold on, let me see what my husband got me. Oh, thank you. Okay. I'll fix it. Um Oh, what did they say? They said something that I wanted to. No hell. There's no hell in Christian Science. There's no hell in Jehovah's Witness, and there's no hell in Mormonism. I wonder if there's no hell in Freemasonry. You know, Jews always say there's no hell, and Noahides have told me there's no hell, permanent hell in Judaism. So I wonder. The lake of fire, going to hell. Okay, I gotta start reading in a second. Though maybe I don't want to read right away. Okay, we're gonna go on to our next documentary a little bit before I start reading because I'm a little bit tired. What's this? Wait, why isn't this playing? Oh, I know why it's not playing. Okay, here, we're gonna go. Okay. Ooh, what time is that? 1:11, 1. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's watch this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is September 7th, 2022, and we are recording another episode in the amazing series with Mike of LDS Discussions, whose content can be found at ldsdiscussions.com. Today's episode is the connection between the Mormon or the LDS Church temple ceremony and Masonry or the Masonic Lodge. For those of you who are just joining us for the first time, we are about 24 or 25 episodes into an amazing series where we discuss essays written by my friend Mike at, again, the website ldsdiscussions.com. And the focus is all around examining Mormon church truth claims based on the evidence with an attempt at observation or neutrality, where we're trying to shed as much of our biases as we can and just analyze the evidence to make sense of it without too much prejudice. And joining us today for the episode is, of course, Mike. Hey, Mike, thanks for joining us.
Hey, everybody.
And viewers and listeners will be happy to know that for today, at least, Nemo, the Mormon, from the amazing channel Nemo the Mormon on YouTube, is joining us all the way from the UK. Hey, Nemo.
Hey, how you doing?
Glad to have you.
It's good to see you, Nemo.
Yeah, glad to be back.
You ready to talk Masonry in the Masonic Lodge and the Temple ceremony? Yeah?
I am ready.
All right.
Ready.
For those who don't know this or don't remember, we're making all of these episodes available standalone in a series, either on Spotify. You can go to LDS Discussions on Spotify and view these video-wise, or listen to them in the audio format. You can check out the playlist under the Mormon Stories Podcast YouTube channel. There's an LDS Discussions playlist. And of course, these are all available in a sequence wherever you get your podcasts. And I'll also say that sometimes we have intros that are a little bit longer, at least in YouTube format. If you go to YouTube and if you pay for the premium account, especially, but even if you don't, in the description, we have time codes where you could just jump ahead, skip the introduction, and jump right ahead to the very first slide. And so without any further ado, let's go ahead and jump ahead to the very first slide. Mike?
Yeah, this is just
any introduction you want to give?
Yeah, this is basically the introduction, which is to say this is obviously an episode that's going to cover some ground that is very sensitive to a lot of people. And so we are going to outline how Joseph Smith used the Masonic ceremony to create the endowment, but we're not going to recite or play any of the current text or video of the endowment ceremony. We're not going to show pictures inside the temple. You know, I really do respect the fact that a lot of members find this to be sacred. And so we're not going to make this episode about making fun of any of it or showing the videos of it. So what we are going to do, though, is include the elements and the text of the Masonic ceremonies, which might be very familiar to members who have gone through the temple, as well as highlighting parts of the endowment that have been removed or edited since Joseph Smith first created the ceremony. So this is not being done to reveal the ceremony. It's being done to illustrate where Joseph Smith was pulling materials from the Masonic ceremony from, and also kind of looking at how in the years since the church has attempted to remove some of the Masonic elements out, some of the uncomfortable teachings out. But in doing this, we're not going to be showing the current temple stuff. So we're going to be trying to be as sensitive as we possibly can to the fact that so many members do hold this to be sacred. I just wanted to get that out front so that people who want to watch this, who are believing, can feel comfortable that we're not going to be doing any of those things that you might see in other areas of the internet.
And non-Mormons may not even totally understand this disclaimer, but I'll just reiterate what you just said. There probably is no more kind of secret / sacred aspect of Mormonism than the Mormon temple ceremony. We're sworn to secrecy. we're not even told about it before we go into it. And so that's why we're exhibiting so much caution and such a big disclaimer.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So let's jump to the timeline.
Yeah, so we like to do timelines on the series just because I think it's helpful to understanding sometimes how these ideas evolve. And this one's a really simple one. So on March 15th, 1842, Joseph Smith is initiated as a Master Mason. May 3rd of 1842, Joseph Smith introduces the endowment ceremony. So exactly 7 weeks after Joseph Smith becomes a Master Mason and being introduced to the Masonic ceremony, he is going to introduce the endowment that will feature almost identical text, symbols, clothing, handshakes, and more. So it's a 7-week span between becoming a Mason and introducing the endowment.
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right software to make your streams look really professional can be a real chore. The thing I like about StreamYard is that the user interface is really simple to understand.
I'm guessing there's a lot of listeners and viewers that really don't know much about the Masonic Lodge unless they've watched The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And there was a Simpsons episode which kind of did a parody of the Masons,
Yeah,
right?
the Stonecutters episode is one of the all-time greats. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about the Masonic ceremony, to be honest, outside of going through Mormonism and the Stonecutters. Those are my two sources of knowledge there.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
basically just a... Go ahead, Nemo.
I was going to say, in Britain, we know a little bit more about the Masons just in that there's a lot of Masonic lodges around. You'll see their kind of symbols all up and around on buildings and things. A lot of former lodges are now other kinds of buildings. So it's fairly
Yeah,
common around
it's
here.
basically just this brotherhood. It's normally men, and it's this brotherhood. It goes back hundreds of years. Thomas Jefferson was a Mason. You know, lots of the founders in the United States, the founders of our country were considered, George Washington, etc., Masons. And just think of it as this secret brotherhood where there's a temple involved, and then this really super secret ceremony where they're sworn to secrecy. I'll just
But
say
I
that.
will say, Masons are like Mormons in that they will tell you they're a Mason. Like, it's not a secret that they are a Freemason necessarily, because, you know, I've met Masons who, during COVID, have been wearing face coverings with Masonry symbols embroidered on it.
Oh, wow.
Right, from their lodge or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's not a secret that you are a Mason. Some of the things they do are more secretive. But yeah, it's not like they're Masons among you and you may not know.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we'll touch on it a little bit throughout the episode, but I think Masonry first started because as they were starting to build things, I believe it was more of a fraternity of people who were like in a way certified to do the work. And so they had handshakes so that you knew you were dealing with someone who knew what they were doing. And then I think it evolved from that into more of a brotherhood. And we'll touch on that because the church will kind of talk about that as well, as to how, you know, the Masonic kind of ceremony and traditions evolve, and Joseph Smith kind of takes the later part of that.
And if you've ever seen someone with a ring that has a G on it, and then like a compass and a square around
Yeah.
the G, that's also a symbol that you'll see outside of these temples that Nemo just talked about. All right. So the church, looks like the church has done a video on this.
Yeah, so when we did the Word of Wisdom episode, we used a lot of the Churches Now You Know video, and we're going to do the same for this because the church doesn't have like a full out gospel topics essay, but this gives a good indication as to what the church would teach today with regards to the parallels between the Masonic ceremony and the endowment ceremony. So we'll let them kind of show it in their own words, and then we can react to it. So this is just part one.
All right. Here's part one of the LDS Church's Now You Know video.
Masonry wasn't new to the thousands of Latter-day Saint converts already living in and around Nauvoo at the time. Although new to the faith, some members of the church, even those within the ranks of church leadership, were already Masons. Eventually, over 1,500 members of the church were listed as Freemasons in Nauvoo alone, more than in all the rest of Illinois. In towns across early America, many elected officials were Masons. President George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and many signers of the Declaration of Independence were also Masons.
And Nemo, one of the roles I'm trying to play with Mike is kind of student. Mike's the educator, I'm the student. And I'm just going to say what we just saw is more education on the Masonic Lodge than I received in 45 years of membership. In other words, we were never told about it. We were told about the temple ceremony, but we were never told anything about the Masonic Lodge. in all my years in the church. And of course, we were never told that there was a connection. And I'm just going to say, one of the most profound moments of my life is when an old friend of mine, while I'm in the MTC, the Missionary Training Center for the Mormon Church, training to become a missionary, one of my friends from high school writes me and says, "Hey, John, I just want to let you know that I found out that the temple ceremony you just went through was plagiarized from the Masonic Lodge ceremony." And I was so sure she was lying with anti-Mormon literature that I did the equivalent of a 1988 unfriending, and I just said, "Never write me again. You're a liar. Get out of my world." And that's my experience with the Masonic Lodge in Mormonism.
So my experience, just real quick, was that I was a missionary at the temple, and I discovered this while serving as a missionary at the temple. I discovered that Masonry and the temple had connections. So
Yeah.
I went to my temple president and asked him the question, and then I came back to him with a solution, which was the whole Solomon's Temple argument. And he just went, "Yeah, sure, okay, fine." Didn't really. He was happy that I'd found my own way around it and just let me run off with it.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Mike.
Yeah, and this, we don't have to go through this too much, but this first part of this video here is just, we see this with the church when we did the Word of Wisdom. We also saw this if you go to LDS discussions. I did a write-up about the church's Now You Know video on using seer stones. They try very hard to normalize things, to make it feel more common. And it's just one of those things that's kind of funny, because when we did the Book of Mormon surrounding overviews episode, we talked a lot about how there was this anti-Masonic, fervor across the Joseph Smith's area in the Northeast, which made its way into the Book of Mormon. So it's kind of funny to have that kind of juxtaposition of the Book of Mormon having these anti-Masonic feelings, and now the church basically saying, yeah, it's totally normal, and all these really big time influential people are doing it. And so this is one of those areas we talk about often, where the church will point to others who believed in similar things to try to imply that there's no big deal here. And we talked about this a lot when we did our episodes with race and the scriptures of Mormonism, where they'll say, you know what, the church was founded in a time where there was a lot of racism. So of course you'd expect some of the prophets of God to be racist too. And I know some people might feel like that's mischaracterizing, but if you read the church's essay, they have sections where they literally will say, that the people in the church are a product of their time, and therefore when they come up through that, it's normal to expect that they have some of that. And then, like I said earlier, the seer stone video. And so this is trying to set up to members of the church watching this video that it's basically a normal, respected thing that was happening in Joseph Smith's time to be a Mason, which again goes against the Book of Mormon, but that's what the setup here is.
And
Yes,
if it's no big deal, why weren't we told this?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's misrepresenting. This new spin is a misrepresentation, because if it wasn't a big deal, first of all, it was a big deal. This was something that when it was brought up in, let's just say, in the 1970s and 80s and 60s and 50s, many people said, well, if Joseph got that from the Masons, then he can't really claim it's from God. It seems a lot more like plagiarism than it does inspiration. And that's why it was controversial. That's why it was hidden from us. And so that's why to now say it's no big deal is not maybe fully honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Okay.
And
so we got
now
more.
we're going to now we're going to the next part of the video.
Okay.
On the way here, you was telling me how you got one client that you said they made a lot selling. What was it, kitty litter?
Kitty litter.
Yeah. How much was it?
I think he grossed about $8,000 in his first 7 days. So month one, he made about $8,000 profit selling kitty litter.
So for the people who may not know exactly what a Walmart or Amazon automation store is, can you break that down?
What that entails is, you as a consumer want to start selling on either marketplace, and you don't maybe know, hey, I don't know what products, I don't know about product placement, I don't know how to procure products, I don't even know where to list them and how to list them. So what we do is we take that and take all the hands-on, the sweat equity for lack of better terms, and we do it for the client. So each store is going to have 300 to 400 products on it, and we're going to fulfill those orders, we're going to procure those orders, we're going to take the pictures of the product, we're going to find the supplier, we're going to answer those buyers' questions. So it's really hands-off for our client. But what we use our client is their credit, right? So we're able to float product for 2 weeks, because Amazon and Walmart, they pay out every 2 weeks. So if I sell a 12-pack of a 12 case of this water for $10 and I had to pay my supplier $6,
right,
I need something, either cash or our own capital or our client's capital, to float that $6 purchase until Amazon or Walmart pays us out that $10. And then obviously 10 minus 6, your $4 profit.
Okay.
We've seen in the last 3 years it skyrocket, the amount of online sales, but it's still only like 9%. Of all commerce is still only 9% of e-commerce, 9 or 10% the last time we talked. That's what's going to happen as your older people adopt it and the younger people that are already involved get older and start spending real money. It's going to increase. And another big thing is like, well, why doesn't Walmart and Amazon just handle it? They can't handle the supply chain. As much as Amazon builds their warehouses and things like that, they rely on people like us to sell products on there. They can ship direct from warehouse because they don't have enough warehouses to fulfill the orders.
Right.
So it's like a very symbiotic relationship with Amazon, and our clients and big sellers like us for our private label get a ton of perks from Amazon for selling because they want us. They encourage us to do it. But we do it the right way. There's a lot of ways to do it the wrong way and violate terms of service. And that's where you see people, invest in $40,000 and their account goes down and they don't know what to do. But, we have a full legal team that's for our Amazon clients, like a counsel that gets them unsuspended because it does happen.
Right.
Amazon cares so deeply about their metrics. You miss one or two, like a UPS truck gets blown up or something and flips over, you miss one or two shipments, they want to suspend your store. But we have a team of actual attorneys that we keep on retainer outside of our counsel that talks to Amazon every week and sends plan of actions and stuff like that.
That's crazy.
So when I invest, I want to know that I'm in the best sector. Like, if there's a construction company, I want to invest with the best construction company. There's a tech company, I want to invest with the best tech company that has my best interest at heart and has the ability to protect me when shit goes south, because shit always goes south. Anybody that's promising you a business that nothing wrong happens, probably a Ponzi scheme. So,
that's a fact.
Yeah. So,
where can people find you if they want to get in touch?
Yep. So we have the Ecom Authority website. You can follow me on Instagram, Dawson Gant, and hit me up if you want to get started. Go to our website, see some testimonials, see if this is a good fit for you.
And what's the website?
So it's ecomauthority.co. There you'll be able to book a link, schedule a call with one of my authorized account representatives who can help you and see if this is going to be a good partnership for not only us, but for you as well.
Don't buy solar panels. Seriously, there is a very good reason why we're saying this. If you're thinking about buying solar panels,
in the years prior to becoming a Mason, Joseph Smith had received instruction from God, revelations about eternal promises which God desired to make with church members. These promises are often called covenants. Some of these covenants, along with instruction about the purpose of life, are presented to members of the church in a ceremony called the endowment, held in holy temples. So, does the temple endowment ceremony borrow from Masonic ritual? At the time, Latter-day Saints in Nauvoo who experienced both Masonic rites and the temple endowment did notice some common characteristics between the two ceremonies, specifically the common methods of presentation and clothing of the participants. They acknowledge parallels between Masonry and the temple ceremony as given to Joseph. Based on their experience with both, they concluded the temple ceremony was of divine origin.
Already, I'm just going to say, number one, we saw that little G
In the
there.
years prior-
And then also, I think the answer is just yes. Just like when we talked about the Word of Wisdom episode, like where did Joseph get it? It was clearly from the temperance movement that was going on in Kirtland at the time. Like the answer to the question, was the temple ceremony borrowed from the Masonic Lodge, isn't anything other than absolutely. Nemo, you were smiling. What were you?
I just want to get on my soapbox for a moment, right? Because throughout this video, I did my own reaction to this video on my channel. But throughout this video, essentially, the question was, because I made notes on this, does the temple endowment ceremony borrow from Masonic ritual? That's the explicit question. The answer is, well, the members thought it was of divine origin. It's not an answer to the question at all. And in the same way they don't answer the question, they also provide no evidence throughout this entire video of what years and what revelations Joseph received, which supposedly predate Freemasonry. There's because the claim was that the endowment and the covenants God wanted to make were revealed before Joseph Smith became a Mason. That's the implied claim in this video. But the only other endowment ceremony that was received was the Kirtland endowment, and that has nothing to do with the parts that Joseph took from Masonry, because that's all washings and anointings, which is found in the Bible.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Sorry,
No.
that's my soapbox on this.
No, it's a good point, because we see that a lot in these essays and in these videos where you kind of go like they'll ask a question, or they'll bring up like kind of a point of controversy, and then they never actually answer it. And so all of a sudden at the end, if you're a member, you're like, oh yeah, they answered it. But then if you actually read it, you're like, no, they didn't. They just kind of go a different way. And like you said, it's amazing how there's no citation. I know you can't do a citation in a video, but like on their online stuff, they'll constantly say, oh, they had early revelations. It's like, but where are they? Why aren't they written down? And
we have 132 sections, or maybe more. How many sections of Doctrine and Covenants? 136, is it?
There's more.
Something like that.
Yeah.
136 sections of Doctrine and Covenants, and they can't point to a specific one.
Yeah,
because
that's the
surely if
problem.
this is a significant revelation, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just it. And it's not in journal, they don't have it in Joseph's journals or anything. So there's no there's no temple script before the endowment, before the Masonic ceremony. And so kind of what you were saying, this is the part of the video that everyone needs to pay attention to, because what they're doing is they're trying to concede the fact that early members who were Masons immediately noticed how similar they were. So this was not something where like people, there's no vagueness here. Immediately like, holy crap, this is the Masonic ceremony. And so what happens is Joseph Smith then is going to tell these members that the Masonic ceremony was of divine origin, but then was kind of apostatized or corrupted. And so we have Heber C. Kimball in 1858. He says, "We have the true Masonry. The Masonry of today is received from the apostasy which took place in the days of Solomon and David. They have now and then a thing that is correct, but we have the real thing." And then we have another one from Heber C. Kimball where he says, "There is a similarity of priesthood and Masonry. Brother Joseph says Masonry was taken from priesthood but has become degenerated, but many things are perfect." And so Joseph Smith, when people realize that he's taking the Masonic ceremony, is like, well, of course, yeah, because this was the original temple ceremony, and I'm now restoring it back to where it was. So when they kind of make it sound like, oh, early members thought it was, of divine origin, it's like, well, yeah, because Joseph is telling them that. And so they don't tell you that Joseph is telling people that the Masonic ceremony was of divine origin, because, of course, as we'll get into, that's not true. But they're very carefully skirting around this in a way that is intentionally misleading, but also they could say, well, we're not really not saying it, or we're not outright lying, we're just not saying it. And Joseph is telling them this. This is not something the members are coming up with on their own.
And just another quick point, just looking back at my notes, there is 126 sections of Doctrine and Covenants that were written before March of 1842, when Joseph Smith encountered Masonry.
Yeah.
There's 126 sections. Yeah. So if you look through all of them for the word endowment, the only ones you'll find are about the Kirtland endowment.
Yep.
So
yeah, and endowment is a word. When I was doing the Saints book, the chapter by chapter, I remember them building up to endowment, and there was a lot of, I mean, I haven't read it since then, so this I don't really go too much because I'll probably kind of misspeak a little bit, but it felt like they were conflating the Kirtland endowment with what the Nauvoo one would be later. It was almost like they were like building up to the endowment, and then they're like, okay, now it's on pause because obviously they had to leave. And in reality, the Kirtland temple was completely different. And so that's why you run into these problems where all of a sudden now they're redoing the temple ceremony in a way that's pulling from surrounding ideas. It's hard to get away from it.
And Mike and Nemo, tell me if I've got this right. Like, this is all happening in this context, this kind of restorationist context. And I think, Mike, if I'm remembering right, this comes at least in part from Sidney Rigdon and Alexander Campbell. But it's this idea that Jesus set up the one true thing, and then it all got corrupted, and now it all needs to be restored to its proper order. So, one way to interpret this, if you're a believer, is that God is giving the true temple ceremony to Joseph. But if you're not buying that, then what makes a lot more sense is just like with Joseph's, rewriting of the King James version of the Bible and of the New Testament and other sorts of things. He sees things that are in his milieu, he brings them in and then tweaks them and then calls it a restoration of all things. Is that a pattern that makes sense?
Conveniently, his translation of the Bible existed in his milieu in the form of Adam Clarke's commentary on the Bible. But
well, yeah, I mean,
it's totally a point. That's what I did to myself. I said, oh, well, then, it's just been restored from a corrupted version of the ceremony from Solomon's temple. That's how I got through it.
Yeah, and it's just, it's one of those things where I think I have it on this slide, just a few of them, but maybe at some point we'll do an episode, because on the website when I first started doing it, I had like this section. I call it Joseph Smith's mixtape theory, where it's like he's like creating this mixtape. Just, I like this. Okay, repurpose it for this. And, I know David Bachvoy in your episode said, that's how prophets do it. You actualize information in the way you need it to work for you. The problem, though, is that Joseph Smith is going to, again, cement this as an ancient endowment. And we're going to show that there's no connection. And once you can show that there's no connection, then Joseph Smith's claims fall apart. And once this, and that's the whole thing. Like, it's the house of cards thing. Once the bottom comes out, everything falls down.
It's almost like permission to plagiarize, because if you're just stealing stuff left and right, and everybody's just saying, well, you're just a plagiarist. But if you're actually, like, quote, improving it and claiming that you're restoring it to its divine origins, well, then you're a prophet of God. You're not a plagiarist.
Well, that's fanfic, right?
Fan fiction.
That's kind of what, that's what it comes down to. And we'll get in, we won't get into too much too, but like, one of the biggest purposes of the Masonic ceremony is the focus on secrecy. And Joseph Smith at this time needs secrecy. And so I think there's a big reason why Joseph finds a ton of value in this, because he needs people to keep their mouths shut. And we'll get into that more.
It's all about polygamy, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, we'll get into that. So here's some more quotes from early leaders about Masonry being the original endowment. So this is the Journal of Joseph Fielding Smith, where he says, many have joined the Masonic institution. This seems to have been a stepping stone or preparation for something else, the true origin of Masonry. We have President Franklin D. Richards in 1890 saying, certain mystic rites which are practiced throughout Christendom claim antiquity with Solomon's Temple. And then we've got Elder Andrew Jensen in 1913 saying, if the Freemasonry of today is a remnant and corruption of the true signs and tokens of the priesthood revealed in the days of Solomon, when the Temple of Solomon was built, then it is easy for us to understand and believe that the mythology of the North is simply a corruption of the true Jehovah worship, as Abraham knew and taught it to his children. And so we have all these different quotes where they're making allusions to the fact that Joseph Smith is restoring it. And so here's two last ones before we kind of move on a bit here. And so this is from Benjamin F. Johnson. He says, he, Joseph Smith, told me Freemasonry as at present was the apostate endowments, as sectarian religion was the apostate religion. And then we have President Franklin D. Richards again saying, Joseph the prophet was aware that there were some things about Masonry which had come down from the beginning, and he desired to know what they were, hence the lodge. The Masons admitted some keys of knowledge appertaining to Masonry were lost. Joseph inquired of the Lord concerning the matter, and he revealed to the prophet the true Masonry, or to the prophet true Masonry, as we have it in our temples. Owing to the matter, owing to the superior knowledge Joseph had received, the Masons became jealous and cut off the Mormon lodge. And so, to Nemo's point, here's Prophet Franklin D. Richards saying that Joseph saw it, inquired of the Lord, got a revelation, and yet there's no revelation. So that's putting a lot of words into Joseph's mouth right there.
Definitely. And even with the argument that this stuff wouldn't have been recorded in DNC because it's too sacred, you're not gonna. If we don't share the temple ceremony outside the temple, then why would any of it be written down in Doctrine and Covenants?
Yep.
But that it's not beyond Joseph to write that the Lord revealed to me a temple ceremony which I cannot record here. But
yeah,
right. There's no reason for him not, and that's the sort of thing he almost would do if it had happened, because that alludes to his ability to get stuff from God and his ability to control that information.
Yeah,
because if he controls the information, he keeps himself relevant.
Yeah, and think about the Book of Abraham. The facsimiles has those symbols where it says something like "to be revealed in the temple" or whatever. I mean, to your point, he could have a revelation that's like, because he has these journals of what he's doing each day, and he could say, wrote down or received a revelation of the true ceremony for sealing ordinances or for the endowment, and then he could say, I cannot write down the ceremony for it is too sacred. It's just some note that he did it, but there's just nothing. Yeah. And so this is where things get messy for this claim that Joseph Smith was making, because he's telling all the early members of the close connection between the Masonic ceremony and the endowment being divine, because they had the apostate endowments in Masonry, which he is then going to restore as a prophet of God. And we now know that the Masonic ceremony did not originate until about 2,000 years after Solomon's Temple, and that Solomon's Temple was about animal sacrifice. It had nothing to do with Masonry anyway, so there's no real connection in the first place. It's not like Masonry was trying to copy Solomon's Temple and then, we copied that. So none of these inconvenient facts are mentioned in the Now You Know video. And so to kind of drive this point home, Fair Mormon was doing a Q&A, and they were kind of forced to concede this fact. And so this is an area where Joseph Smith saw an idea he liked, molded it to fit what his desire was, and then when members kind of questioned it because they realized it was the Masonic ceremony, he taught them that God was just restoring something that was lost in the Great Apostasy. But this is a question they ask at a Fair Mormon conference. They say, wouldn't it be more correct to say that Masonry came out of the endowment? And the answer is, it would be if you believe that Freemasonry has a continuous historical line from King Solomon's temple to the current. Unfortunately, there is no historical evidence to support a continuous functioning line from Solomon's temple to present. We know what went on in Solomon's temple. It's the ritualistic slaughter of animals. And so
NJM has earned the JD Power Auto Claim certification 5 years straight. No mascots required.
I don't know what to say. I'd say that Joseph Smith made claims that are false.
Go ahead, Nemo.
I was going to say, it as far as I understand it, it's not something that Joseph Smith would have necessarily known was false. It was a common myth amongst Freemasonry at the time that this comes from Solomon's temple.
Yeah.
And it's only with modern understanding that that kind of Freemasonry essentially, we've realized it goes back to 15th century stonemasons. But that was a common part of kind of the origin myths of Masonry. So no wonder Joseph Smith picked up on it, and others also picked up on it. And it's one of those things where it's like the mound builders myths and other myths of Joseph's time. It's now notwithstanding the scrutiny of modern research.
It almost reminds me of the curse of Cain doctrine. It's not like Joseph Smith didn't come up with it, but he certainly canonized it, right?
Yeah, that's it. And that's just, that's it. I mean, we talk about patterns all the time, right? And this is another pattern where Joseph Smith is going to take an idea he likes, he cements it as historical, and then we now know it's not. We've done so many episodes, Adam and Eve being literal, the global flood being literal, the long ending of Mark, some of them, all these things he cements, and you look back on it and you're like, oh. And so if he's wrong on that and he's doing it in the voice of God, telling other people it's revelation, that's when you've got massive problems.
Two other quick points I'll add. Believe it or not, one of my very first episodes of Mormon Stories podcast was with Greg Kearney, who's the guy you just referenced at the fair conference. And he is a master mason. So the fact that he is saying, I am a master mason, and this stuff does not originate with Solomon's temple, that should mean something to people that are looking for evidence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because he should know, right? He's an expert if there is one. The only other thing I'll say is that, maybe I'm overstating it here, but you guys tell me if you think I'm wrong on this. Something I heard someone once say is that if the Jews are really good at anything, they're good at preserving their ritual. So if the Jews were doing the Masonic Lodge ceremony equivalent, 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, they would still be doing something very much like it today, but they're not. And so why would we believe that they were doing their most sacred ritual, 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, but that there's no remnant of it now? And the only remnant of it just happens to be something that Joseph stumbled on when he was in Kirtland and then imported it into Mormonism with a little bit of remix.
Thank you.
I think it stems from this Mormon need to assimilate with the Jewish people. And that's a really complex conversation, and we could have a really long talk about that. But ultimately, Mormonism is all about trying to essentially get cred. It's like, the more we can connect ourselves to Judaism and the old world and the real ancient religions, then we're golden. Then we've got credibility, we've got strength. We're not just Christians, we go back to the Jews as well. That's something unique about Mormonism.
I think I heard someone say once that Mormons want to out-Jew the Jews. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase, but we do love the Jewish people.
Yeah. And
we have Jewish envy in some ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that that's the whole, like, Joseph Smith absolutely loved like the Old Testament ideas and brought them in everywhere, and unfortunately, he did it in a way that's just not historically accurate. And so I mentioned earlier, the church does not have a gospel topics essay on Masonry, but they do have like a little topics entry, so it's a very short kind of explainer about Masonry. And so one in that they say, there are no known Masonic documents before about 1400. The earliest records tell a story of Masonry originating during Old Testament times. The oldest surviving minutes of Masonic lodges date to about 1600 and indicate that the organization was primarily concerned with regulating the trade of stonemasonry. Later minutes show that the lodges were generally overtaken by men who were not stonemasons. These members transformed the organization from a trade guild into a fraternity. Masons told a story about how their ancient forebears had learned stonemasonry, used it to build Solomon's temple, protected the temple site, and held knowledge about their craft as a closely guarded secret. By Joseph Smith's day, the boundaries between Masonry's early European history and its founding myths and traditions had long since been blurred. The rituals of Freemasonry appear to have originated in early modern Europe. Aspects of these ceremonies bear resemblance to religious rites in many cultures, ancient and modern. And so the church here is saying that by Joseph Smith's time, basically the actual history of Masonry and the myths had been blurred. And as Nemo said earlier, Joseph Smith was coming in at a time when those myths were being blurred and just took them as history. And so I guess the church in a way is kind of funny to me, because the value of a prophet is to be able to tell the difference between, truth and fiction and myth and history. And yet this is the church basically saying, yeah, Joseph Smith came when those lines were being blurred. And what they don't tell you is that Joseph Smith was, literally telling everybody that he was restoring it. But this is a really good admission that Masonry is not what Joseph Smith claimed it was, in the name of God, telling people it was revealed to him. And right here, this tells you that the entire value of a prophet is just relegated to almost nothing if you want to take the church at their word with this essay comparing to what Joseph Smith said was revelation. This is really damning stuff. If at least in my opinion, I think this shows that Joseph didn't know what he was working with.
But I think it also shows, and I think something that we don't always talk about, is sometimes the earnestness of Joseph's intentions. We can never truly know what his intentions were, but I think sometimes he was taking things that he legitimately believed to be ancient and trying to pull them into his religion. So he took Masonry, which he may have believed was truly ancient, and thought Mormonism needs this.
Yep. Yeah, it could be. I mean, there's a lot of instances where it seems like Joseph Smith is really actively trying to learn and to be able to, bring those concepts in a way that would be to make the church grow. And to your point, I'm not saying that Joseph is, sitting in a room laughing like, oh my goodness, I can't believe these people are buying what I'm saying. But I think the fact is that
Hello? There we go. Okay. Let's continue. Middle period from beginning to Judges. In the middle period, Book of Mormon history records that the Nephites were obedient to the exceedingly strict law of Moses, while the Lamanites continued murdering, drinking the blood of beasts, and frequently attacking the Nephites. Despite Nephite efforts to restore the Lamanites unto the true faith in God, their labors were in vain. There, the Lamanites' hatred was fixed, and they were led by their evil nature that they became wild and ferocious and bloodthirsty people, full of idolatry and filthiness, feeding upon beasts of prey, and many of them did eat nothing save it was raw meat, and they were continually seeking to destroy us. But by the time of the King Benjamin, Book of Mormon civilization was no longer just a simple Nephite-Lamanite split. Other groups had formed, and the interactions of the people on the American continent had become more complex. The reign of the Book of Mormon's second king, Mosiah, from about 121 to 991 BC, was marked by an influx of several groups of people into his territory in the land of Zarahemla. Their arrivals resulted in increased cultural pluralism and also in heightened political instability in Zarahemla. The ruling Nephites had ceased being the majority. There were not so many who were descendants of Nephi as there were of the people of Zarahemla, who was a descendant of Mulek, and those who come with him. The Nephites and the Mulekites had both kept tracking of their lineage and group identities, which indicates that they had not merged into one undifferentiated society. The arrival of the people of Limhi, who had escaped from the city of Nephi shortly after Mosiah began his reign, added to the complex mix of societies already in the land of Zarahemla. The Lamanites became Moshiah's subjects, but seem to have remained separate from the other groups of people in the land of Zarahemla. The additional arrival of the people of Alma not only added to the growing political diversity in Zarahemla, but their piety also introduced new religious dimensions to this situation. The next 20 to 30 years of Nephite history was marked with strong social undercurrents that began to divide the people of Zarahemla very deeply. Among the population, powerful political factions were forming. For a time, the four sons of Mosiak and Alma the Younger joined forces with those who sought to destroy the church. The group of dissenters rejected the Nephite tradition, did not believe in the resurrection, denied the coming of Christ, refused to be baptized by Alma, and would not pray. With high immigration and strong discord, this was a precarious time for the Nephite rulers, and Amla and Elder, their political, social, and religious position were collectively unstable. In a previous effort to unify his people, King Benjamin had established the church and introduced minimum requirements for the life in Zarahemla that were binding on the people, whether or not they had made a covenant to participate in the church and strictly adhere to its religious requirements. His list of public laws prohibited murder, plundering, stealing, adultery, any manner of wickedness appears 6 additional times in the Book of Mormon, and in every case, this set measures the extent to which kings and rulers had discharged their legal duty of maintaining public order. The first time the Book of Mormon records a repetition of King Benjamin's standards is when Benjamin's son, Mosiah, relinquishes his kingship. Mosiah related that he also punished those who had not complied with those same laws. He recorded that there should be no wars, nor contentions, no stealing, nor plundering, nor murdering, nor any manner of iniquity, and whosoever has committed iniquity, him have I punished, according to the crime which he has committed, according to the law which has been given to us by our fathers. He further admonished that all the iniquitous and abominations and all the wars and contentiousness and bloodshed and the stealing and the plundering and the committee of whoredoms and all the manners of iniquity which cannot be enumerated, that these things ought not to be, that they were expressly repugnant to the commandments of God. At this point, Messiah people were about to make a dramatic change in methods of government, from the kingship to the system of judges. Under these circumstances, Mosiah made it clear that a minimum standard must be upheld for peace and righteousness to continue. During the time, a newly converted Lamanite king declared the people: 1, ought not to murder; 2, not to plunder; 3, not to steal; 4, not to commit adultery, nor to commit any manner of wickedness. King Benjamin's words in this regard were apparently taught to the Lamanite king by 4 missionaries, sons of Messiah, also newly converted, who we can be sure knew the details of their grandfather's speech. In this situation, Lamanites in 7 lands and cities were distinguished from their brethren who had not converted by a new name, the ancient Nephite Lehis, and did open a correspondence with them, the Nephites, interacting with the Nephites more freely. As these people moved toward unity, Benjamin's minimum standard helped to establish a basic level of law and civilization. Almam later states that he had fulfilled his responsibilities in the land of Zarahemla by apprehending all who had 1, murdered; 2, robbed; 3, stole; 4, committed adultery; yeah, for 5, all this wickedness they were punished. Amla made this statement after the people of Ammon had been established in the land of Jeshurun. The Lamanites were driven out of the land, and the people did observe to keep the commandments of the Lord. In this instance, Alma was dealing with a more religiously homogeneous group who had who may have previously covenanted to a higher standard of righteousness. In Alma's day, as in others, temple worthiness involved acceptance of specific and multi-tiered covenants, not dissimilar to basic Noahide laws. Nevertheless, when an outsider came into the land of Zarahemla and began to preach unto the people against the prophecies which had been spoken by prophets, Alma records that there was no law against a man's belief, for it was strictly contrary to the commands of God that there should be a law which should bring men into unequal grounds, and then proceeded to enforce the basic laws contained in Benjamin's minimum standard. The three remaining reiterations of King Benjamin lists describe the wickedness of Gadianton rulers in Zarahemla and the corruption of Jaredite King Akisha were judged harshly by Nephi and Moroni because they sought to murder and plunder and steal and commit whoredoms and all manners of wickedness contrary to the laws of their country and also laws of their God. Benjamin's list appears in each of these scriptures modified only slightly as the exegesis of the individual circumstances over time indicated. The list of minimum laws that emerged in the middle period of the Book of Mormon history following the principles of the Noahide laws and served to establish ground rules and a standard of civilization for groups of of Mormon people who were either merging with other societies or were changing systems of law. Okay.
Whether I know Dan Vogel has the pious fraud theory where he really believed he was helping, but my point is, like, to a certain extent, and it sounds kind of cold, but I don't really care if he believed if he was helping, because if he's wrong, he's wrong. Like, if he's getting basic stuff wrong, then it doesn't really matter to me if he meant well, because there are a lot of people that mean well that cause a lot of harm or take a lot from people. But yeah, I think your point's a
And
good
it
one.
certainly it undermines his claim that he
Yeah.
is speaking as a prophet of God and he is
Yes.
revealing things from an omnipotent deity.
Yeah,
It
because-
undermines that regardless of whether he thought it's helping or not.
And if
Yeah,
I can
because
just-
go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike. Finish.
I was just going to say, if you're a member of the church today and someone says, I need you to go to the temple, wear church required underwear, give us 10% of your time, give countless hours every week in these callings, because Russell Nelson isn't actually a prophet of God, but he's a really nice guy, I think you'd be like, yeah, no. I mean, the whole value proposition of Mormonism is that you have a living prophet. And I think Joseph Smith was one of those people that will never be able to go in his head, obviously, but I think he really did treat people that were close to him well, and people who felt, kind of broke away from him, he treated like horrible, obviously, as we know. But at the same time, like, that kind of drama isn't really something that is too interesting to me, because once you realize that he's not speaking for God, then all of that is just like, stuff you can get anywhere, where you get people who are trying to do good and angering some people, other people love you. It's like, it's just a controversial figure, and there's no value to it with regards to religion if he's getting things wrong that he claims are from God.
Mm-hmm. And if I could just draw another quick parallel in a summary, I mentioned already, how the word of wisdom, DNC section 89 likely comes from the temperance movement that was running around the Kirtland Society back in the early 1830s. Another example of this would be the mound builder myth that was running around, let's just say up New England and upstate New York in the 1820s, that influences view of the Hebrews and likely influences the Spalding manuscript and many other things. And of course, that becomes a foundational, backbone or framing for much of the Book of Mormon narrative. And this is where you'll see modern Mormon apologists like Terrell Givens use words like bricolage, or fancy words like bricolage, or inspired syncretist. It's this idea that people who actually value evidence in history will go, wait a minute, it looks a lot like Joseph was just basically taking anything that he learned or experienced and kind of, even the idea of a Melchizedek priesthood, we now have identified that it probably came from Sidney Rigdon and the Campbellites. And so whether it's Melchizedek priesthood or, a health code out of the Temperance Society, or, the mound builder myth into the Book of Mormon, or the Masonic temple ceremony, he's just looking around him, finding cool things that he likes, importing them, tweaking them, putting a stamp of approval on it, calling it ancient, saying that he's restoring it, and that's his creative. And by the way, like you said, Mike, all of that can be sincere. He can literally believe that this temple ceremony, this Mason ceremony, is ancient. It doesn't mean that he's lying. He could be sincere in believing that all these things really do have an ancient origin. I just think it strains credulity a little bit.
Yeah, we can't get mad at him for that.
Is the 3 degrees of glory? He clearly gets that from Swedenborg, right?
Yeah.
As a Brit, I can't get mad at him for that, because we ran around the world taking cool stuff that we liked. So
yeah, it's true.
Props to the guy.
Yeah.
We in the United States have not had that problem. So
Yeah, never.
all right, so we've got a video now. Should we continue the video?
Mm-hmm.
All
Yeah.
right, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, this is more from the church's Now You Know video about the temple and masonry.
And consider that the ideas within the culture that surrounded Joseph Smith frequently contributed to the process by which he obtained revelations from God regarding the temple endowment, as well as other subjects. Not surprising, since God uses many means to inspire his prophets and help them receive revelation.
Hey, Mike, what did you want us to grab from that?
Yeah, I mean, you can just go to the next slide. It's just basically, this is an area where the church is going to kind of have to admit, or at least they can no longer deny, that Joseph Smith is using surrounding ideas to create his theology. And so, we've talked about this in other episodes already. Like you said, the word of wisdom, the priesthood restoration, the mound builder myth, all these ideas that, we were told, as members, we weren't really told about most of them, but, I think you can look at it and see they're all in the 19th century. And so we're told that these ideas are ancient with their origins in the church. But then when you look at them, they all tend to point back to a 19th century. And so this is a quote we've read before, but this is Richard Bushman, who is a faithful Mormon historian. He's a patriarch. He's, very well regarded. And he says about the Book of Mormon, and then there is the fact that there is phrasing everywhere, long phrases that if you Google them, you'll find them in 19th century writings. The theology of the Book of Mormon is very much 19th century theology, and it reads like a 19th century understanding of the Hebrew Bible as an Old Testament. That is, it has Christ in the way the Protestants saw Christ everywhere in the Old Testament. That's why we now call it the Hebrew Bible, because the Jews never saw it quite that way. So these are all problems we have to deal with. And I know he's talking about the Book of Mormon, but this is just, again, talking about the fact that Joseph Smith is constantly pulling 19th century ideas, 19th century beliefs, and repurposing them into ancient ideas. And now the church in this video is kind of saying, yeah, of course he would process it that way because that's all he knows. But I think this is a shift from the way, at least it was taught to me as a convert. It was always taught to me as being restored from ancient, not like restored through modern lenses. And I think that's a huge kind of, at least for me, a shift in the way they kind of approach it, but it's also a big concession.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing else to say on that.
Yeah, I mean, and this is kind of like, when we talk about, the video kind of saying, well, of course they kind of pull from ideas from their worldview or whatever. This is some of the things we've already covered in the series that are surrounding ideas that Joseph takes from his time and place. And we've covered some of these already today. The mound builder myth is in the Book of Mormon. Joseph Smith's treasure digging is in the Book of Mormon. The first vision, we talk about how there's about 36 accounts of similar experiences. The Aaronic and Melchizedek priesthoods, we talk about the Melchizedek priesthood likely coming from the Campbellites. At least they were teaching at first. The word of wisdom and the temperance movement. Adam Clark's commentary being in the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible. The curse of Cain and the curse of Ham in the book of Moses and Abraham. Those are ideas that are more the way that they're produced in the book of Moses and Abraham really reflect the 19th century, 18th century belief.
I'm super honored that you've taught me so well that we, between me and Nemo, we've been able to come up with kind of 95% of the bullets without even looking.
And we've already covered it all, and that's why it's cool because we haven't gotten to the 3 tiers of heaven much.
You're a good teacher, Mike. That's what I'm saying.
I guess so, yeah. And it's just one of those, like, when those ideas and revelations are proven to be nothing more than really incorrect beliefs from the 19th century, then what are you left with? And in this case, Joseph Smith was teaching that the Masonic ceremony was the original endowment and that it was lost in apostasy. But we know the Masonic ceremony was not invented until like thousands of years later. So at that point, Joseph Smith's entire underpinnings of this teaching are just completely gone. And we see this in all of these things. The mound builder myth is not real. No one's ever found buried treasure using a rock and a hat. All of these things, we don't need to rehash all of them. It just shows that the church is now kind of falling back to this kind of more loose translation of Revelation where Joseph's allowed to incorporate his worldview. And once you start watering it down, it's because of the fact that he's being proven wrong and they need to find a fallback to it.
But the problem with that, the real problem, the real pin issue is that if that is allowed to happen, if God is inspiring Joseph by the things around him, and he is taking incorrect ideas in and using them to inspire inspiration from God and revelation from God, why is God allowing that to happen? Why is God giving Joseph incorrect inspirations and allowing incorrect revelations to come forward?
Yeah.
It goes beyond the fallibility of prophets because, prophets can be fallible, but God doesn't allow them to lead his children astray by
Yep.
by canonizing revelations that are based on or revealing scripture based on incorrect beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. Because the church will always fall back on them. The prophets are not infallible. The prophets are imperfect men. But the problem is the prophets are telling us, they're telling us that they are only telling us what God told them.
Mhm.
So it's not that the prophets are imperfect men. It's that they're giving us incorrect information from God. So that, like you said, that all of a
So they're
sudden now
just not doing their job.
yeah.
If
So
God is telling them something and they're telling us wrong things, they're not doing their job. And God
Yeah.
has swallowed prophets in fish for less.
yeah, that's just it. And that's why when you really take a step back and look at this, you're like, the church tries very hard not to throw God under the bus, but they will throw God under the bus if they need to protect their
Oh, yeah.
current leadership. We see that all the time, but it's just like
Race
this
in the
isn't
priesthood.
you raise the November 15 policy. You see all of these
Yeah.
different areas where, but yeah, race in the priesthood is the big one because they'll say, well, we don't really understand why God did it, but we just had to go with it anyways. And the truth is, we have a God that will send an angel down to tell Joseph to have, polygamous relationships, and yet apparently allows the prophets to just preach really incorrect revelation. You can't have it both ways. The inconsistency is just overwhelming, and at some point, it kind of takes over everything because you then have to go really bad apologetics to excuse it, and that just creates more problems.
Another way to summarize this is every time science or evidence or our more accurate understanding of the world advances or increases, our claims about prophetic power or the scriptures or the mystical source of the scriptures or the revelation of the prophets, it shrinks.
Yep.
When science advances, when history advances, the exorbitant Mormon truth claims shrink. Perfect example would be dinosaurs, right? Evolution, the flood,
Age of the earth.
Like you can make these bold predictions when,
Yep.
or Book of Abraham, you make these bold predictions when there isn't evidence to disprove it. Then when you disprove it, all of a sudden it's myth. All of a sudden it's metaphor. All of a sudden prophets in scripture aren't perfect.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got some things to say about this next video. I'm looking forward to this.
All right. So here is the next portion of the church's Now You Know video on the temple and masonry.
The temple ceremony was not an imitation or copy of masonry. It was revelation from God. Yes, the presentation methods may have parallels to Masonic ritual, but the content of the instruction, the covenants and truths introduced by Joseph Smith as part of the endowment, were revealed to him prior to his encounter with masonry. So, what are some key differences between Masonic rituals and the temple endowment ceremony practiced by Latter-day Saints? Masonic rituals, based on legend, promote self-improvement, brotherhood, charity, and fidelity to truth for the purpose of making better men, who in turn make a better society. In the endowment ceremony, one of many important ceremonies held in sacred temples, men and women promise God to obey his laws for the purpose of gaining exaltation, eternal life with God, through Jesus Christ and his atonement. And this temple ceremony draws upon the revelations from God for its content.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your
Man, I'm just shaking my head, but I want to hear what you have to say, Nemo.
Oh dear. I mean, they're not addressing the things that are in common as specifically, obviously. The Masonic symbols, signs and tokens, repetitive nature of instruction, knowledge testing, the clothing of the participants. They haven't grouped all that together in a convenient list. And I find it really interesting when they say many other ceremonies, because it's an association fallacy. They're trying to bolster up the endowment ceremony by including it with all the other stuff that gets done in the temple, which isn't copied from masonry. So they're trying to kind of cast your mind to all that sort of stuff. But then the Masonic rituals and the endowment are all about fidelity, both of them. They say that that's a difference, but it's not. It's just
And how are
who
they not
you're-
about self-improvement? Like,
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
not about self-improvement or a brotherhood or a sisterhood. Like,
Yeah, it's mad. And then they're trying to. I think, is it in this video where they say they're used for different purposes? Because
I think so.
essentially, just because Joseph is using the Masonic ceremony for a different purpose doesn't mean they can't have come from the same place. That's those things aren't mutually exclusive. You can't say, oh well, Joseph's using this for something else. It's about God, not about a fraternity. So therefore, it's not copied. So I can copy the Book of Mormon entirely and then use it to create an entire different religion if I wanted.
Yep.
Wouldn't mean I didn't copy it.
Yeah.
That's literally what fan fiction is. You have your own ideas. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, they're basically making the argument that, well, Joseph had a few ideas before he ever, you know, merged them with the Masonic Lodge ceremony to create the temple ceremony. But just because he had some pre-existing ideas and ended up synthesizing them with the Masonic ceremony doesn't mean he didn't plagiarize the temple ceremony, the Masonic ceremony.
Yeah. And the only other thing I just really want to press on is super quick is that they say there again that these things were revealed to Joseph before he became a Freemason. They still provide no evidence of when that happened. The church is silent on when this actually came to him before March of 1842.
Yeah.
Now we probably just said what's on Mike's next slide.
No, that's good.
Mike.
No, it's fine. So Nemo, have you ever seen a show in England called Chopped? It's a cooking show. Okay, so it's this cooking show. It's on Food Network. I think they have them internationally, but they give 3 contestants a basket of food. They get the same food, and then they have to make the best dish with the food. So you might get like a steak, a potato, and then some weird sweet thing, and you got to create like the best dish.
Cool.
So they create them, and all 3 of them are going to have very different final products. Under the idea of this video, you'd be like, well, because they have different products, they weren't pulling from the same basket. They're all pulling from the same, so if you pull from the same ingredients and you come up with a different product, and each person that creates a basket are cooking to their strengths. So one might be really good with Mexican food. One might be really good with Asian food. And so this idea that Joseph Smith is going to pull from the Masonic ceremony and yet have some differences. Of course, he's going to have differences because that's the whole point. Otherwise, it would be copying something that isn't relevant to the church. Your point's a really good one. And just the fact that just because they're different in the ultimate purpose doesn't have no bearing on the origins. And so anyways, with that out of the way, we cover most of this. So this is just one of those having it both way issues where, this video is going to tell us that while the ceremony is from God, the presentation has nothing to do with it. But then we have Joseph Smith saying that the presentation was the original endowment. And so I don't understand why the church is trying to make that argument, except for the fact that they don't tell you in the video that Joseph Smith was teaching them that this was the original endowment ceremony. And so this is, again, one of those, it's one of those issues that the church would never have to make a video on if the historical connection between Masonry and Solomon's Temple was there. But because Joseph Smith taught it wrong, the church is now saying, well, it really wasn't meant to be exactly the same, but it goes against what the person who created it is telling us. And so I think to reframe what Joseph was saying in these videos without giving the listeners context is very misleading. And so, the church says, and this is kind of copying what Nemo said, the presentation methods may have parallels to Masonic ritual, but the content of instruction, the covenants, and truths introduced by Joseph Smith as part of the endowment were revealed to him prior to his encounter with Masonry. And again, as Nemo said, why not provide the revelations that show it was given to him before he became a Mason to at least make this point have some credibility? Because as of right now, they're just inferring that. And this is kind of we did this in the priesthood episode where they'll say, well, Joseph Smith made this mention about angelic visits. So that could mean the first vision. That could mean that you just make it whatever you want. And this is another area where they'll say, oh, well, you mentioned endowments in Kirtland. That was clearly the same thing, except we can kind of show it's not. And and this is another area where they're just trying to keep you from getting underneath the surface because it just doesn't help.
The particular area I think that people will try and go to is D&C 3832, which promises an endowment that will come forthwith. But that's the Kirtland endowment. That's specifically what they're talking about.
Which is what, Nemo? What's the Kirtland?
The Kirtland endowment is essentially the washings and anointings.
Yeah.
As found in the Old Testament, the idea of washing and anointing people with a blessing.
Oh, that's why those different stages. One comes from the New Testament, and then the other comes from the Masonic Lodge. I never thought about that before. That's an important connection.
And that's why when you read the Saints book and you get to the stuff about Kirtland, they do a really good job of kind of like almost, I don't know if conflating is the right word, but they make you think it's basically the foreshadowing of the Nauvoo one. And it just really is not the same thing. And as you said, the Kirtland one had no concept of these sealings of the endowment because if they did, they would have done it, but they didn't. So I mean, it wasn't there.
And the thing is, just really quick, is that if as a temple worker, when you're doing the washings and anointings, you have the words on a laminated piece of paper, right? and they have it in various languages. So I've done it in English, German, French. I've done it in a few. But on all of them, they have it for the washings and anointings in brackets. They have scripture references: Leviticus, Exodus, places where you can find scriptural backing for the washings and anointings. You tell me where we're given any idea where any of this comes from in scripture when we're talking specifically about the endowment.
Yeah.
Where in reality, it's because it's all from Masonry.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
The
It's
only
just
bits
not
that are
there.
from scripture are the bits that are obviously from scripture, like the Garden of Eden and that sort of thing.
Yep. And so we talk about this at the start of the episode. We're not showing the handshakes in the temple, but we are showing the Masonic handshakes. And, this is one of those things, from my personal experience, when I went to the temple, we were told not to talk about the signs and tokens. We're not to talk about the words and the text of the veil that we would need to know as when we die to get into the celestial kingdom. And so while we make covenants with God during the endowment, we make a lot of those same promises in other, ceremonies in the church, such as baptism and sacrament. And so one of the things I always get kind of bothered by with the way the church frames this is if the presentation of the endowment is not part of the divine revelation from God, why are we not allowed to talk about the handshakes? Why are we not allowed to talk about the text of the veil? Because it's so similar to Masonry. And so to me, as we've kind of harped on a little bit here, if Joseph had these revelations before becoming a Mason, as the video says, why are the crucial parts of the ceremony that we're not allowed to talk about the parts that are taken directly from the Masons? I think that's a huge red flag to me that there is no secondary revelation, because if there was something sacred that that Joseph had before, and the Masonic ceremony is merely the vehicle, we should be able to talk about everything that's taken from the Masonic ceremony in public. And yet, if you look at the one on the right, we cannot talk about the Masonic handshakes, and those just happen to possibly match the ones you do in the temple. And I think that's a huge tell that that is what we are told is revelation, and it's not.
And those are also the bits that are secret in Masonry.
Yeah.
So he's not only is he keeping them sacred so that the connection isn't necessarily seen, but it's also just because that's in the thing he took it from. Those are the bits you keep sacred. So that's the sacred part of the ceremony. So let's keep it the sacred part of the ceremony when we're using it too.
Exactly. It's like when you get a secret from a friend in high school and you go to another friend, you're like, I want to tell you this, but you cannot tell anyone else. And this is Joseph Smith pulling something that was supposed to be secret and going, I can use this to keep secrecy in my church, and which he does. And like I said earlier, this is a time when Joseph Smith needs secrecy. But like you said, if this is not part of the revelation, because this is just the vehicle, why are we not allowed to? We should be able to do this in public. Otherwise, you can't have it both ways.
And another part that's just absurd that we're probably not going to cover today is just the idea that, for those who don't know about the temple ceremony, what we're taught is that these handshakes are required. It's required to learn them, because when you go to heaven and you're standing at the veil in heaven, God's going to make you actually perform the handshakes with an angel as a prerequisite for entering in the kingdom. And the fact that God requires handshakes to go to heaven, it's it's a little bit weird and arbitrary. And does that mean, like, if you forget them, God's not going to let you in? But if he is going to let you in after you forget them, then why did you need, to learn them in the first place, right?
And it's Brigham Young that taught, it's that famous quote from Brigham Young, being able to pass the angels that stand as sentinels, give them the signs, tokens, and keywords, that sort of thing, right? And that's set outside the temple. But these are so important, just to press that point home, John, these are so important that they are got right, that when you go through, someone like me or another temple worker will stand next to you and make sure that this exchange with with deity as presented in the temple is done correctly.
Yep.
And I think this next slide reinforces that exchange. And just like the handshakes are going to sound very familiar, these next words are going to sound very familiar.
Yeah. And so, as I said, this is text from the Masonic ceremony. This is not text from the temple ceremony. So it says, beyond the grips, here is the text. So when they're given the sign, the handshakes, basically in the tokens for each grip, the worshipful master says, pass, what is that? And then the senior deacon says, the pass script of a fellow craft. And then the master says, has it a name? It has. Will you give it to me? I did not so receive it, neither will I so impart it. And so we're not going to talk about the script of the church's endowment, but if you've been through the temple, that will seem very familiar. And that, again, is the type of thing you need to know in Mormon, beliefs to get into the celestial kingdom. You need to kind of do this kind of back and forth discussion, knowing the different, signs and tokens. And so again, if this is not part of, if this is merely the vehicle and not the sacred revelation, why are we not allowed to talk about this in public? These are the parts I was told you specifically cannot talk about outside of the temple.
And I will say this part is so important that when I have been involved in it as a temple worker, I have withdrawn my hand. I've taken myself away because someone's got it wrong, and we've started again.
Yeah. And, as a small side note, we talked in our treasure digging episode way back at the beginning about how in folk magic, the belief was if you didn't do the incantation exactly right, all of the magic was lost. And we talked about how in Mormonism, we still practice folk magic today in a lot of ways. And one of the ways I mentioned was the sacrament can't be passed unless the wording is done exactly right. And this is an area where with the temple, and this is kind of borrowed from Masonry as well, if this stuff isn't done exactly right, then all of a sudden the magic is lost. Whereas, we're told that God knows every fiber of our being. So you would think when you die and you get to the, the veil or whatever, that God would know if you deserve to be in there or not. But instead, we're taught you have to know these handshakes, and you need to know this kind of back and forth, or else you won't get in. It's very
It speaks to
No,
the
go ahead.
broader pattern within Mormonism of this constant battle we have between grace and works. This
Yeah.
idea that God's grace would just allow you to enter heaven because He knows your heart and He knows what your desires and whether
Yep.
you deserve to be there. But you
Yeah.
have to do the works because Mormonism is all about these covenants and getting all these things exactly right. You've got to do the works to get in.
Yeah. And yeah.
Nemo, just for fun, let's role play this script. You play worshipful master. I'll play senior deacon.
Okay. Pass. What is that?
The pass script of a fellow craft.
Has it a name?
It has.
Will you give it to me?
I did not receive it, neither will I so impart it. And obviously, Mormons who have been to the temple are going to very much recognize both the words and kind of the exchange and the cadence as something.
Think of these mellow, dulcet tones you would have had in your temple ceremony.
Yeah.
And speaking of things people are going to recognize, the signs and symbols on this slide, people are definitely going to recognize.
Yeah. So this is one the image on the right I put together in about 3 minutes, and so these are Masonic symbols. The square, the compass, and the ruler are all Masonic symbols. And they talk about the compass and the square, and it says from the Masonic ceremony, the candidate then enters, the senior deacon at the same time pressing his left breast with the point of the compass. As he enters, the angle of the square is pressed against his right breast. And so that kind of matches the position on this image on the right. And these same symbols are on the church's temple garments, which are the underwear that you're required to wear once you go through the temple. And I had no idea as a member that when I was wearing garments, I was wearing Masonic symbols. I was told those symbols were revealed to Joseph Smith because they symbolize covenants we're making. And instead, these are Masonic symbols. And to me, and this might be too loaded a word for some, but it was really creepy to understand that I was wearing Masonic underwear under my clothes. And I just I have a lot of issues with garments as a convert because I was never told about them until like literally the days before I went into the temple. No one bothered to tell me. So knowing now that they're Masonic symbols, it really bothers me a lot. And again, as I was saying, if the endowment was a revelation from God long before Joseph was initiated in Masonry, why do we have every aspect of Masonry in the endowment, not just in the ceremony, but in the clothes that we're supposed to wear to remember the ceremony by? I can't get past the fact that every aspect of this that we are not allowed to show other people or talk about is directly from Masonry.
To the point, I don't know what I can say this, but to the point where essentially the top two, they share the same name. They're not even called something different.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, just for those who aren't or have never been Mormon and don't understand, when you wear, you get a garment, a two-piece underwear in 2022, a t-shirt, and kind of like these biker shorts or boxer shorts. And in the t-shirt, there are 3 marks that are put in the t-shirt, and one over the right breast, one over the left breast, and then one kind of over the belly, let's just say. And it's literally these 3 symbols, the compass, the square, and the ruler are sewn into the garments. And I know I'm repeating a little bit. I'm just trying to make it really explicit to the people that are like, what are they?
And they're so sacred that when you dispose of your garments, you're instructed that you should remove these, cut up the garment in such a way that you can't tell where they came from, and then destroy the symbols.
Yeah, I was told to burn them. And it just, like I said, I don't want to get too much into my personal stuff here, but the temple was the moment for me because I was a convert and I wasn't prepared for it. Where I, and we won't get into a lot of some of the changes, but back then I went before 2005, and you were completely naked under a shield. And during the washings, the initiatories, whatever, there's an old man. He touches your body with oil. He touched me in my naked inner thigh with oil, and I remember just sitting there like I don't know what to do. And then you get these garments, which are underwear that you're required to wear day and night. And I know they've kind of loosened the wording on the temple recommend, but you're still expected to wear them 24/7. And I remembered hating wearing those for all sorts of reasons. But then you find out later that it's Masonic symbols, and you're told, like Nemo said, that you have to cut the symbols out and burn them because they're too sacred. But if somebody saw them and Googled them, you'd be like, "Oh, these are Masonic symbols." You wouldn't be, you know what I mean? I just,
Well, I know people that wouldn't hang them out to dry on their washing line. They
oh
go
yeah,
out
I
in
know.
case someone saw
There's
them.
a lot of. I mean, we could get into all the different. I've heard so many stories about. I was told that they should never touch the ground. I was told you
Absolutely.
shouldn't wash them with regular clothes.
Absolutely.
But yeah, just the fact is that what is, and I know this is an area where that might be offensive to believers, but what, why do we have Masonic symbols on underwear that's supposed to remind us of God, unless you're then saying that Masonry is the ancient endowment, but we know that's not the case.
Hello? 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 There we go. Okay, we're on. Okay, let's continue reading. Later period, the coming of Christ. When Jesus Christ visited the people on the American continent, he announced that with his death and resurrection, the law of Moses had been fulfilled. He instructed, "Ye shall offer up unto me no more of the shedding of blood, yea, your sacrifices and your burnt offerings shall be done away, for I will accept none other, so no, I will accept none of your sacrifices and your burnt offerings. Instead, he commanded that ye shall offer for a sacrifice unto me a broken heart and a contrite spirit, and promised that whoso repenteth and cometh unto me as a little child, him will I receive, for of such is the kingdom of God." Christ explained that the covenant which I have made with my people is not fulfilled, but the law which was given into Moses hath an end in time. The Book of Mormon records that by the 36th year after the coming of Christ, the people were all converted unto the Lord upon all the facts of the land, both Nephites and Lamanites, and they had a thing common among them. Even after 100 years, there was no contention in the land, no envying, nor strives, nor tumults, nor whoredoms, nor laying, nor murders, nor any manner of lasciviousness. There was no robbers, nor murderers, neither were the Lamanites, nor any manner of ites, but they were in one the children of Christ and heirs to the kingdom of God. The record declares that surely there would not be a happier people among all the people who had been created by the hand of God. This time of peace marked a centuries-long era of economic progress with surprising absence of discord. National harmony, homogeneity, and isolation made Noahide law considerations unnecessary. However, after the second 100 years had passed following Christ's visit, the society began to break down as groups started to identify themselves as Lamanites, to become proud, and to no longer have their goods and substances in common. Persecutions, rebellions, robbery, and all manner of iniquity became more prevalent, and wickedness prevailed. Although the minimum standard presented by King Benjamin is not specifically enumerated, the Book of Mormon prophets during the period describe these same wicked practices: sexual sins, wicked practices, for example, murder, sexual sins, theft, robbery, war and contention, wickedness, or iniquity. Yet instead of requiring adherence to a specific set of minimum standards, the prophets call all to repent, to receive forgiveness and the Holy Ghost, and to become righteous members of the Church of Jesus Christ, as Christ had taught during his stay with the Nephites. A broken heart and contrite spirit, repentance and drawing closer to him, were required of all people on the earth. The remainder of the Book of Mormon follows a similar vein, calling for all people to repent and to come unto Christ, a process that encompasses all of the benefits and purposes of the Noahide and Noahide-like laws. This shifts from a specific law and prohibition to a more general call to repentance and righteousness, undoubtedly was based on the same goals of unity and civilization as the Noahide and similar laws. With Christ's coming, the focus merely shifted from the warnings of punishment for disobedience to the specific laws to promises of blessing and rewards, and encouragement to seek for the peace and happiness that followed participation in God's law. These examples show that Noahide laws on their equivalent were presented or absent in the Book of Mormon. When logically predicted, it remains to be examined what other effects, if any, Noahide-like laws had on development of biblical and Book of Mormon legal codes. Consequences of disobedience. Patterns of enforcement of these laws and punishments for disobedience can be seen in both the Bible and the Book of Mormon. First and foremost, God's response to individuals and general disobedience to Noahide laws is similarly chronicled in both sacred works. God sometimes expressed his divine pleasure, as in the case of Cain, when God personally cursed him for committing murder. Isaiah warned that God would punish the world for their evils and wickedness for their iniquity. Likewise, in the Book of Mormon, God directly punished Shurem's blasphemy when the power of the Lord came unto him, insomuch that he fell to the earth. Another way of enforcing the Noahide laws develops a Jewish population sustained closer. Another way of enforcing the Noahide laws developed as Jewish populations sustained closer contact with Gentile populations. This method involved legal interventions by Jewish communities when dealing with Gentile offenders. Hebrew scholar Joseph Schultz described the foundation of legal thought and practice as beginning with a belief system and theoretical principle that outside and the ethico-legal system of rabbinic Judaism, social and moral anarchy prevailed. This theory was undoubtedly bolstered by the rabbi's personal experience and contacts with lawless and immoral pagans, as well as by their judicial experience in dealing with the numerous cases involving Jews and amoral Gentiles. In such cases, there were two ways to deal with the offenders. On the one hand, there were sages who demanded stricter conduct from the Noahide than the native-born Jew. The strictness of the laws was intended as a deterrent to amoral Gentiles dealing with Jews in the Jewish state. On the other hand, there was sages who were more lenient with the Noahites, with which full-born Jews, particularly in the area of sexual relations and family life. Given the unchastity of his pagan environment, the Noahide was bound to fall short of the standards demanded of Jews by the law. Still, they hoped for minimal compliance, but both groups were disappointed. Alma 1 offers a Book of Mormon example of neighboring religious communities intervening to deal with Gentile offenders. Under Messiah's reign, the church had grown and was the governing force in the community, yet some did not belong to the church and did indulge themselves in sorceries and in idolatry or idleness and in babbling and in everything in strife, wearing costly apparel, being lifted up in the pride of their eyes, persecuting, lying, thieving, robbing, committing whoredoms, and murdering, and all manner of wickedness. Nevertheless, the law was put in force upon all those who did transgress it, inasmuch as it was possible. And it came to pass that by thus exercising the law upon them, every man suffering according to that which he had done, they became more still and durst not commit any wickedness. This method kept the peace for a while, but in success as a viable legal option was critically connected to the stability and power of the religious leader at Ham. A third method was enforced as the social level refused to associate or interact with people who violated Noahide commandments or expressions of shame and disgust regarding the offenders. The Book of Mormon is full of examples of one group or another relating just how for another community group or another, relating just how far another community had fallen below the Noahide level. For example, a group of wicked Nephites were reported in Helaman to have become hardened and impenitent and grossly wicked, in so much that they did reject the word of God and all the preachings and prophesying which did come from them. In this case, it seems as if these wicked Nephites did not want to associate with those who were obedient. However, in the same chapter in Helman, a group of righteous Lamanites, because of their observance of the law, enjoyed much interaction that led to increased happiness. Nevertheless, the people of the church did have great joy because of the conversion of the Lamanites. Yeah, because of the church of God, which had been established among them, and they did fellowship with another and did rejoice one with another and did have great joy.
And so that's why all of these things we're talking about kind of reflect on each other, because if masonry is not ancient, then what in the world do we have Masonic ceremony on our underwear for? I don't get it.
I mean, I think that there is a slight answer to it, in that I do believe, without saying what is said, I do believe that the explanation for what these symbols mean, certainly within the endowment ceremony, are to remind us of God,
Right.
and things like that. Particularly the bottom two marks. So there is some of it in there, but I totally take your point that ultimately, at the most sacred and most the inner sanctum of Mormonism, there is Masonry, and you have to ask the question of what is it doing there? Why is it there?
Yep.
You might be asking yourself, can you actually create high quality live streams for?
All right, so more parallels.
Yeah, and so this is like we're going to kind of hammer some of these parallels home, because the church kind of makes it sound like it's just a few. And so both the Masonic ceremony and the church endowment ceremony begins with a washing and anointing. And this is another area that also was really shocking me, because when we went to the temple, again, as a convert, I wasn't aware of a lot of it. I know even being born in the church, members aren't aware of a lot of it. But so I'm told I'm going to be giving a new name that I was known by in heaven, and they implied heavily that it was revelation. And so you get there and they give you your new name, and they don't do it like they're reading off of a card. They talk to you as if they're getting it directly from God, and they're temple workers, and they're ordained to do this. And this one floored me when I found out 4 years ago that every single person that goes to the temple on a given day is given the exact same name. And this is another one that's just crazy to me. But this is also something that is done in some of the Masonic ceremonies. So this is also the whole idea of getting a new name is also something that's done in Masonry. So that's interesting too.
Permission to share a quick story.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So I was the name issue coordinator. It's part of what I did as the temple. So it's my job to go to the recorder's office in the temple, get the new name for the day. I knew it. If people had forgotten it, they would come and ask me, this sort of stuff. But at the beginning of the day, temple workers all go into a meeting. We go into one of the endowment rooms and we have a prep meeting. And the woman's name is shown at the front of the room on a card. And the men and women both learn the woman's name for the day and the alternate name, because if someone comes to the temple with the name of the day, they're given a alternate, right? And that alternate never changes. So that's shown. Then the women leave the room, and then the men are shown the men's name and the alternate, because women in Mormonism cannot know men's new names. To do with all sorts of reasons about when you get married, you learn your wife's name, but your wife doesn't learn yours, and there's all these kind of patriarchal power dynamics at play. But that's something that struck me, is that I couldn't say the men's new name out loud if someone needed reminding. If there was a woman around, I'd have to see if there was a woman around and pull a brother out of the way and then tell him, because women weren't allowed to know. So there's secrecy even within the temple around these names.
Yeah.
And when I received my new name, to me, the impression was given that it was like God was giving me a new name.
Yeah.
So
that's how we're meant to deliver it.
It would be a lot less special if Mormons were told, "Oh, it's Tuesday." It's like cheeseburger day. Oh, this is
it is the 12th of the month.
It's
you, my friend.
You're Isaiah. You know what I mean? And but there's no informed consent there. We're made to believe it's special. The only other thing I'll say, and I don't say this to be offensive, it's just a fact. that if you go through the list of telltale signs of a cult, it's pretty much standard operating procedure for most cults to assign members new names. And that's not to call the Mormon Church a cult. It's
Right.
only to notice an unfortunate characteristic or trait of cults that in this case the church, imported apparently into its most sacred practice.
And
Yeah.
fun fact that I saw online, which we could fact check, but I don't doubt it. Apparently, you have a 32% of getting, as a woman, you have a 32% chance of getting one of the names of one of Joseph Smith's plural wives as your new name in the temple.
Oh,
Because those
Yeah.
were some of the names they used. I mean,
Yeah.
the truth is, the Bible and the Book of Mormon don't have as many
Yeah.
female names as the Book of Mormon, as male names.
Men, yeah,
And so the church had to stretch and go outside the Bible and the Book of Mormon
because you've got to find
for
31 names.
for the names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they had to go to Joseph's plural wives. That's funny. Okay,
Yeah.
so here's a visual that means a lot to me, but it's not going to mean as much to people who went through the Mormon temple for the first time after 1990.
Yeah. So this one,
Because you're old, John.
'Cause
yeah.
I'm old as dirt.
This
Thank
is
you.
one of those rare times I can feel young. But yeah, this is so this is what is known as the 5 points of fellowship, and this was removed from the temple. So I'm not feeling uncomfortable talking about it because of the fact that the church removed it, and they have said that the stuff that is from God has never been altered in the temple. So if they've removed it, then I'm assuming this is not from God, and I hope people who are watching this as believers can at least understand where I'm coming from, and that we're not
Sound
talking about
logic.
active stuff. Yeah. So this is something that was pulled from Masonry, and this is basically where you place your bodies in a way that aligns foot to foot, knee to knee, breast to breast, hand to back, cheek to cheek, or mouth to ear. And that's from the Masonic text. And this is a very close and intimate alignment that would never be allowed at a church dance, but was used in the temple ceremony until being removed in 1990, likely because it is extremely uncomfortable for women to place their breasts against, a male temple worker at the veil. And this is another area that Joseph Smith took directly from the Masonic ceremony. And like I said, I have serious issues with the fact that I was touched on my naked inner thigh in the temple. I could only imagine if he had to do this as well, because this is just a really uncomfortable position. And then to learn later, it's just strictly a Masonic element. It's just
and
weird.
I don't have to imagine, because I did it dozens and dozens and dozens of times.
Yeah.
It was super weird to embrace a stranger in this way, to lock your inner knee and your inner thigh. And the other thing I'll say is they left nothing to the imagination. They literally called it the 5 points of fellowship in the temple ceremony, with an exact replica of what that photo shows. So that's you couldn't have a more blatant example of plagiarism than that.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, and then there's the penalties, right?
Yeah.
Probably the most well-known and disturbing part of
Yeah, so this one was one that when I found this, I was absolutely just floored. And so this was something that was kind of they watered these down throughout the years. I think they finally kind of removed them in 1990, but there's still elements of the penalties that remain today.
Yeah.
And the Masonic ceremony introduced, or I'd rather say included penalties to the initiates that if they revealed the signs and tokens they were given, harm would come to them. And this was a way to ensure secrecy, which is exactly what Joseph Smith needed as the endowment ceremony was introduced, just as Joseph Smith was ramping up polygamy. And as I said just in the last slide, because these have been removed, I don't feel uncomfortable talking about the text that was used. As we mentioned, they were removed, so they clearly are not part of the unchanging sacred text. And so I think every member should understand what people were saying in the temple before 1990. And so we're going to go through the three of them. Do you guys want to just do the three, and then we'll talk about them after reading all three?
Yeah.
So we'll read the next three slides, and this is from the pre-1930 temple script. And so,
do you want me to read these? Give your voice a break?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure. Okay. Masonic penalty: having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by its roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea at low water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours. Should I ever knowingly violate this, my entered apprentice obligation. Then the endowment penalty: we and each of us covenant and promise that we will not reveal any of the secrets of this. Should we do so, we agree that our throats be cut from ear to ear and our tongues torn out by their roots. The Masonic position and movement the explanation of the entered apprentice sign is draw the right hand rapidly across the neck as represented and drop the arm to the side. This action shows the penalty of having the throat cut and the tongue ripped out.
I'll just quickly say, number one, that's super violent. And the God would be requiring this or endorsing it is weird. And then the other thing I'm going to say is I did that for many, many years. I would make the hand motion of slitting my own throat using my thumb. I did that. I was a part of it. So it's disturbing that God would endorse something so violent. I did it. And this is identical to the Masonic ceremony.
I think we should say that the end position or essentially you will end up still by implication taking upon these penalties, which we'll get to.
And
Next
also
slide,
the
please.
fact that they removed it. Like, how weird is it that it was originally revelation, part of God's holy scripture, and then it was taken out? But we'll get to that too. Okay.
So having your heart plucked out.
This is penalty number 2, right?
Yep. Okay. Penalty number 2. Masonic penalty. Having my left breast torn open, my heart plucked out, and given to the wild beasts of the field and the fowls of the air. Then the endowment penalty. We and each of us do covenant and promise that we will not reveal the secrets of this. Should we do so, we agree to have our breasts cut open and our hearts and vitals torn from our bodies and given to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field. And then the position and movement. The explanation of the fellowcraft sign is the action of cupping one hand over the left breast and it drawing quickly across the body signifies the heart being ripped out if the candidate should violate his fellowcraft obligation.
Yeah. And again, super violent. Again, I did this. And again, it's in the exact same sequence. So the first one is you slit your throat. And then the second one is you do the hand motions of cutting out your own heart. I did it. And it was in this exact sequence. Yeah.
Number 3, having your bowels burned to ashes. The Masonic penalty, to have my body cut in 2, my bowels removed, and burned to ashes, which are then to be scattered to the 4 winds of heaven. The endowment penalty, we and each of us do covenant and promise that we will not reveal any of the secrets of this. Should we do so, we agree that our bodies be cut asunder in the midst of, and all our bowels gush out. The Masonic position and movement, here's the explanation. The sign is made by drawing the thumb quickly across the waist to the right hip, then dropping the hand to the side. This action shows the stomach being ripped open. These penalties were mostly removed in 1990 after a 1988 temple survey about the experience of members was conducted.
And it's just so ironic because I went to serve my mission in 1988. So I would have done this before going, in the Jordan River Temple in Salt Lake City. This is how my temple ceremony would have first been experienced. And yes, you do make the motion of slitting your stomach open and having your bowels gushed out. In all fairness, I'll say there was nothing about them being burned to ashes. That's something that wasn't imported or that was left out. But again, the third penalty, identical in the same sequence, and it was called slicing open your bowels so that they gush out. So in that sense, again, it's a check. It's check, check, check.
Yeah, this text is from the temple ceremony up until 1930, and then they started to water it down before pulling it all out. And this is just, this sounds weird, but in a way, I kind of wish it was still in there because I think for me, this might have been something where if I had seen this, considering how I wanted to run as it was, that might have been where I'm like, okay, I'm out. I mean, maybe not, because the problem is when you're in there, it's really, you have a lot of pressure to stay in there inside the endowment.
It's a locked windowless room. Like, let's not beat around the bush.
Yeah, let's and for it's just this stuff is just, it's one of those things. I read it and I'm just like, it's like, like gasping, like there's no way. And then I think about the fact that all these people did it and John did it, and once you start doing it, I think you just do it, and
millions do it. And usually when you go through the temple when you go through the temple for the first time, you're with your loved ones. You're with your parents or your siblings, or heaven forbid, your spouse or the person you're engaged to. And obviously, if millions did it before, we would say now that if I had done that then, I would have ran out of the room. But the truth is, social pressure is so significant that you probably would have just done the
I would have. Absolutely. Yeah. So this is a pretty infamous clip about Apostle Jeffrey Holland, and he's kind of caught misstating about whether or not there are penalties in the temple until the reporter forces him to admit that. And
All
you know,
hail British journalism.
yeah, this is from Britain, and this is a reason why church leaders are just simply too afraid to do any interviews with that go unscripted with non-friendly sources, and why you almost always see the interviews be through like Deseret News or like church news, because they will not put their prophets, seers, and revelators in a position where they're talking to people who will question, you know, where they're at.
I was told by an insider that the head of PR for the church was fired for
Yeah.
letting Jeffrey R. Holland do this interview with a Brit of all people. Like, what was he?
The church sent people to the BBC and kicked off with the BBC saying this was a hit job, this is unacceptable, all this
Yeah.
sort of stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so and this is, by the way, this was one of the clips that led to Bill Reel, you know, releasing the episode. I think it was Liar, Liar, Pants on
Yeah.
Fire, where he basically does something that's pretty offensive to a Mormon, is to claim that an apostle, prophet, seer, and revelator would actually lie.
Yeah.
But let's just see it for ourselves.
This trick to get gas for a penny is going to get banned in the US. This ex-programmer got fired from his job at a German car manufacturer after exposing a software bug in the fuel management system of all cars built after 1996. Christian worked in the ecology department, where his job was to make cars more environmentally friendly. But while working on ways to improve gas mileage, he discovered most cars were configured in a way that causes the engine to consume more fuel than it really needs. When Christian shared his findings with his manager, he was expecting a big promotion. But instead of getting a raise, he got kicked out of the car company 3 days later. It was then he realized how big an impact his discovery could have. Blessed with years of technical experience, Christian teamed up with top car engineers. And after working for months on end, they finally hit the secret everyone was trying to hide. Christian's team broke into the car's factory settings and found all car companies use the same outdated software to manage fuel consumption. Their research showed the undeniable truth. Most cars burn 30% more fuel than they should. Christian immediately...
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it just shows that the leaders are aware at least of some of the problematic issues and will still, you know, I'm sure in his head he's probably doing like the Bill Clinton, like, I don't know what the definition of is kind of a thing, but he's being dishonest.
It's just such good journalism. It's much props to John Sweeney, the journalist there.
Yeah,
because he didn't allow him to change the time period, because he was trying to say, you know, we used to, and he's like, okay, wait, so you used to, so the answer to my question is,
but first he
Mitt
said
Romney
no.
would have.
First
Yeah, he said no.
Right? And then he said, we don't do that now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He lied, but then he caught him in it, and then he said, we don't do that now.
Yeah.
So Holland was being slimy there.
He was. He lied. I mean,
And
by the very
Sweeney didn't
definition of lying, he lied. And I know we've talked. It's a very loaded word. The fact is, he said no, and he knew what was being asked, and then he had to backtrack when the journalist knew exactly. He knew what he was talking about, and that's why you will never see a leader of the church even talk to someone like me, who is just like some amateur idiot. They would never talk to me, because these are people that are supposed to be the prophets, seers, and revelators who can get answers, and yet they cannot talk because their history is bad and problematic, and they cannot be out there because there are no answers for this stuff outside of just trying to give the apologetics we're covering today in the video. This is a really great capsule of why they do not talk to people in public.
I can assure you, when you ask them why they lie, they don't answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have no answers for people.
There are no answers, and that's why they have other people do their work for them with regards to apologetics. And
Mhm.
so we'll continue on. And this picture on the right is from the Royal Arch Masons, and it's from Illinois. I think from like 1910s, 1913 or something, maybe 1930, somewhere in there. And, you know, again, we're not showing Masonic or the endowment clothing, but if you look at this picture of the Royal Arch Masons, this is showing them wearing kind of like caps and aprons and robes and stuff. And so it'll look familiar to anyone who's gone through the endowment. And I will note that Joseph was never, at least we don't have any records of Joseph being initiated to the Royal Arch Masons, but they would also, during their ceremony, wear separate robes and then go through a veil to the Holy of Holies during their ceremony, which also will sound very familiar to somebody who's gone through the temple.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And so kind of, again, the church keeps saying in this video that it's just similarities, it's just parallels. And so beyond what we've already talked about with the clothing, the handshakes, the penalties, the washings, the signs, the tokens, and the structure of the ceremony, there are a bunch of other symbols that are used in Masonry that ended up in the LDS temples. And so both the Masonic lodges and the Mormon temples use the same symbols, such as the beehive, the all-seeing eye, square in the compass, the 5 points of fellowship, which we covered, the phrase holiness to the Lord, the sun, moon, and stars. And there's other stuff too, but I'm just to show there are so many. It's not just text, it's not just clothing, it's symbols, it's the manner of presentation. All of this is coming from the Masonic ceremony.
Yep. And if anybody has actually visited the Salt Lake City Temple and looked at the stones and looked at the symbolism and the arches and the doors, you'll see all seeing eyes. The beehive is obviously on the seal of the flag of the state of Utah. The square and the compass is on all these Mormon temples.
Yeah.
The temple says holiness of the Lord on the temple, sun, moon, and stars. That's all. I'm just validating that that's all. It's what you'll find on the Salt Lake City Temple. Just fact. Yeah. I'll also say that Nemo on your channel, Nemo the Mormon, you actually share the full interview between Sweeney and Elder Holland.
I do.
So I'm going to share a link with that in the show notes for those who want to watch.
Yeah, I break that down and point it all out.
Yeah, which is an important thing to do. I think members should see kind of how the leaders respond when they're actually pushed on this stuff, because it's important to know what answers they have and what answers they don't have. We've been kind of going through this for a few slides now, but when the church keeps calling this parallels, I just don't know what else to say to make it clear that Joseph Smith used the endowment ceremony as the foundation, or I'm sorry, used the Masonic ceremony for the foundation of the endowment ceremony. And that is further backed up by the fact that when people apparently realized pretty quickly it was a Masonic ceremony, he told them that he was just restoring what was the original endowment in Solomon's temple. And so Joseph Smith is creating the endowment right as polygamy is being introduced to other members, which requires extreme secrecy and extreme penalties for talking about it outside, where other polygamous members would be. And members have to wear garments featuring the symbols of the temple, which we talked about, are from the Masonic, ceremony and the symbolism. And so every day when you put your garments on, you are wearing Masonic symbols. And I know Nemo's point is fair that the church will say, well, it's just symbols to remind you of your covenants. But again, they're still coming from the Masonic ceremony. It's like Nemo said earlier, they might have different parallels, but the fact is they're all coming from the same origin. And, as we've already kind of talked about, the purposes are different in the sense that Masons weren't believed to be becoming endowed with power before being sealed in, at the time, secret marriages. But if you look at Joseph Smith taking the Masonic rituals and then teaching members they had the original endowment that fell into apostasy, it actually makes a lot more sense than just trying to claim they are merely parallels with no connection in origin, purpose, or divinity. And so this is another pattern we talk about in these episodes to compare this with where Joseph Smith is pulling from all the ideas around him. And it becomes a really clear pattern that these are, ideas and doctrines that are coming from Joseph Smith and not God. And just to say, how many parallels do you need before you stop saying the word parallel and you just look at the bigger picture to realize these are not coming from God?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fair point. All right. So let's take Occam's razor and look at the endowment ceremony in Masonry.
Yeah. So just kind of to go back to that, to kind of put a bow on it, I guess. But, look at these similarities the same you would look at any other religious leader or church or organization. The fingerprints are all there. We have multiple early members who say explicitly that Joseph taught Masonry as the original endowment, even now that we know historically Masonry did not begin until thousands of years later and has nothing to do with Solomon's temple. And really, the moment we stop privileging Joseph Smith is the moment that we can kind of see that this is all of Joseph's creation, using his surrounding milieu to put something together in the voice of God to give it authority. And, as we've talked about in previous episodes, just as with the Book of Mormon, with his revelations, the moment that you can show that the foundational material that he's pulling from is not historically correct is the moment that any authority, that anything that comes from that foundation just is gone. And in this case, once you realize that the Masonic ceremony did not come from ancient times, everything Joseph Smith taught about it falls apart, because that is the foundation he was working from. And once you see that, everything falls apart. And if this was any other church and you knew these things, I don't think anybody would be like, oh yeah, it's still from God. I think they'd be like, oh yeah, this guy's making it up. I don't know how else, this is one of those things where it's really obvious to anyone except for somebody inside of it.
Makes sense.
And that's not to belittle those inside of it, because there are countless
not.
reasons why you wouldn't see it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I didn't see it until I finally gave myself permission to look, and that was years after I went through the temple. And when I went through the temple, and that was the first moment I felt like I'm in an unhealthy place. Like that moment I got touched on my thigh, it was the moment where I'm like, I can't do this. And I still stayed years longer, and I still didn't look for years after that. So I mean, I'm not in any way trying to judge people who go through the temple and who stay in the church. I'm just saying that if you were to start with a clean slate, and before you went to the temple, before you joined the church, you were told this, I'd bet everything I have that 95+% would say, yeah, that person's making it up. I would bet so much money on that.
Take away the cognitive preloading, take away the confirmation bias.
Yeah.
And just show it to someone as raw
Yeah.
data.
It would be like if somebody produced a religious text and it mentioned hobbits and Frodo and a guy named Gandalf and a ring of doom, and someone named Saruman. You wouldn't go, wow, there must have been an original ancient, Lord of the Rings trilogy that has been corrupted by J.R.R. Tolkien, and then a magic prophet, a special prophet in the modern days has restored it. You would just never. That's not the conclusion you would draw.
Careful, John. Believing Mormons don't like comparisons to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I think they do. I think they actually do.
I've actually seen a lot of people who do, which is kind of funny because I've seen people get really mad about it. And I've seen people who have written articles or posts about the comparisons, which, I mean, I don't know what to do with that. Like I said, I know people get really upset when you try to compare Mormonism to something we know is false, like the Book of Mormon, or I'm sorry, like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or something. It's just, the problem is when we have this many red flags that show, and all of these different claims of antiquity that Joseph Smith's making, that they're all wrong, it then becomes, I would argue, I would argue it's insulting to say that you should give special pleading to Mormonism at that point, because at that point, if you were to do the same thing with something we know is fictional, people would say you're crazy. And so it's a really delicate walk because people get upset, but there's too many of these to deny. So,
all right, well, let's go to the next section.
On with the show.
The final section of the Now You Know video. All around examining Mormon church truth claims based on the evidence.
He touched me.
They get you in the door with a free weekend trip or dinner, or sometimes just a Visa gift card.
Temple ceremony until being removed in
1988.
Talked about with the clothing for years after that. So, I mean, I'm not in any way trying to judge people who go through the temple and who stay in the church. I'm just saying.
Hello? Let's see if you can hear me. Hello, 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 hello. Hello? There we go. Okay, let's read the last section and then we can finish this and then we're done. Okay. Rewards promised for keeping basic law. In the Old Testament, God promised that those who were obedient would be favored, protected, blessed, and ultimately saved. Additionally, the benefit of living the Noahide laws were the peace of security the laws were intended to ensure. The Noahide laws, at least as most Jewish scholars view them, were based on a belief in a minimally accepted universal law which all people were expected to live. Obedience to the law would be rewarded with blessings. This is very similar to the understanding of the accountability that the authors of the Book of Mormon clearly taught. According to the Book of Mormon, men and women will be held accountable for the knowledge and agency they possess, and all would be judged accordingly. The Book of Mormon also recorded benefits of obedience similar to those found in Old Testament, such as safety, greater covenants and opportunities, and salvation. Difference in Jewish and Nephite thought concerning Noahides. While the evidence that the Nephites adhere to a legal and religious notion similar to the Noahide laws is considered, some distinctions exist between the beliefs of the Nephites and those of the rabbis. One such departure is in the chain of revelation of God's covenant with his people. Whereas Jewish tradition considers the Noahide laws to have been given only to the post-diluvians, Noah, or to both Adam and Noah, modern Latter-day Saint scripture confirm that God also established his covenant with the antediluvians. Enoch, Enoch Genesis 9:17 of Joseph Smith's translation records God's promise, and I will establish my covenant with you, which I made unto Enoch concerning the remnants of your posterity. Consequently, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints believe the covenant with Noah was not original but only new, to Noah as well as to the heads of all other dispensations. Another essential difference is the Jewish scholars and rabbis hold that it is enough for both Jews to accept and live by the Noahide laws. More than this is not required to obtain a place in heaven. In fact, according to Maimonides, a great Gentile who occupies himself with the Torah is liable to the death penalty. He should only occupy himself with the 7 Noahide commandments. Therefore, according to the Talmud, the righteous men of all nations of the world have their share in the world to come. Writes one Jewish scholar, on the doctrine of the justified Jewish claim has been based that Judaism emphasizes morality more than belief and that it does not condemn men just because they do not adhere to its laws and faith. Because of such a view, proselytizing is no longer one of the main emphases of the Jewish faith. Book of Mormon teachings, however, are strikingly different. In this part, words, Mormons speaking unto all the ends of the earth. When he invites all men to come unto Christ, King Benjamin, along with so many books of Mormon prophets, teach that belief in Christ, adherence to Lord's commandments, and participation in the covenant are essential steps to salvation. Because of these beliefs, those in the Book of Mormon who accept the gospel actively try to persuade others to believe and live similarly. The teachings of the prophet Mormon, in particular, diffuse the dispute that exists among Jewish scholars so as to whether one can come upon these basic moral principles simply through rational thought or whether they must be revealed to man from God. Mormon teaches that within every man is a God given light that will lead him to the discovery of such principles. In addition to man's innate ability to distinguish from evil, the Book of Mormon teaches that all men can receive further revelations from God. Even those nations that have not entered into any additional covenant with this Alma and Younger taught that the Lord doth grant us all nations of their own nation and tongue to teach his word, in wisdom, all that he seeth fit that they should have. Not only do all nations receive some portion of the Lord's word, they receive it in differing amounts as the Lord seeth fit that they should have. Thus, the Book of Mormon more clearly explains the relationship between God and man. Even those who have not accepted his whole law and would be subject to Noahide laws have been given the ability to discern God from evil and the possibility of receiving direction through revelation. Modern times have seen a resurgence in interest in both the fundamental law. In Modern times have seen a resurgence in interest in truth and fundamental law. The past few generations have developed no fault doctrines for accidents, divorce, and insurance, but more and more people are now wanting stability in their lives and a foundation for their beliefs. In their search for universal truth, many have investigated the study of the Noahide laws. Even modern Jewish thinkers like Moses Mendelssohn and Herman Cohen emphasized the Noahide conception as the common rational ethical ground of Israel and mankind. The Book of Mormon prophets, however, understood that the law of Moses and indeed any other law had been given to point people toward Christ. They explained that the law hath become dead unto us, and we are made alive in Christ because of our faith, yet we keep the law because of the commandments. Nevertheless, the amount of evidence similarly between what the Nephites believe and practice and what the Jews know as the Noahide laws is noteworthy. It appears likely that Lehi and his descendants adhered to the belief that even those who did not subscribe to the law of Moses were bound to obey a certain set of commandments, and their disobedience was punished accordingly. That the basic prohibition found in the Book of Mormon do not perfectly correspond with the list of 7 Noahide laws in the Talmud should not be surprising, since it is believed that the Noahide laws were not formulated and recorded until long after Lehi left Jerusalem in 600 BC. In fact, the number of similarities between the concepts adhered to by the Nephites and rabbis speak for the validity of the doctrine. Conclusion. The Noahide laws and those laws similar to them are the first level of obedience required by God. Important goal of this type of law includes establishing a minimum standard of civilization, enforcing participation in covenants and fulfillment of obligations, and ensuring just and equitable application of law. This level is universal law in that all people must adhere to some standard of behavior so as to be able to operate on global scale. However, the higher laws introduced to Moses and the children of Israel, and the still higher given with Abraham's covenant indicate that an advanced level of commitment and a greater degree of reward awaits those who are willing to commit to an additional set of laws. If one's life goals are happiness and salvation, this higher level of law is also in a sense universal in that all must adhere to his standards in order to receive the full blessings of this existence. Jewish scholars debate this point, differing in opinions as to whether the ultimate stage of humanity will compromise both Judaism and Noahidism, or whether Noahidism is only the penultimate level before universalization of the Torah. And yet the record of the Book of Mormon describes the laws given at Christ's coming as an even grander and yet simpler rule: repent and follow Christ. This then is the true universal law. For it all were to put such a law into practice, there would be no more murder, adultery, theft, blasphemy, idolatry, or any evil action, nor would there be any division among people or even Noahide-like levels of covenant or commitment. All would be one in the purpose and goal. Such a unifying law comes closer to the true universal law than the others. As today's world grows smaller through technology and travel, ideas of civilization based on comprehensive standards, integrity, and making and keeping covenants, and implementation of fair and just laws are becoming increasingly important. The more that is understood about the Noahide or Noahide type laws in the Bible, the Book of Mormon, and the principles underlying them, the better we can progress toward truthful global existence. Okay. Okay, that's the end of that.
That if you were to start with a clean slate and before you went to the temple, before you joined the church, you were told this, I'd bet everything I have that 95+% would say, yeah, that person's making it up. I would bet so much money on that.
Take away the cognitive preloading, take away the confirmation bias.
Yeah.
And just show it to someone as raw
Yeah.
data.
It would be like if somebody produced a religious text and it mentioned hobbits and Frodo and a guy named Gandalf and a ring of doom, and someone named Saruman. You wouldn't go, wow, there must have been an original ancient, Lord of the Rings trilogy that has been corrupted by J.R.R. Tolkien, and then a magic prophet, a special prophet in the modern days has restored it. You would just never. That's not the conclusion you would draw.
Careful, John. Believing Mormons don't like comparisons to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I think they do. I think they actually do.
I've actually seen a lot of people who do, which is kind of funny because I've seen people get really mad about it. And I've seen people who have written articles or posts about the comparisons, which, I don't know what to do with that. Like I said, I know people get really upset when you try to compare Mormonism to something we know is false, like the Book of Mormon, or I'm sorry, like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or something. It's just, the problem is when we have this many red flags that show and all of these different claims of antiquity that Joseph Smith's making, that they're all wrong, it then becomes, I would argue, I would argue it's insulting to say that you should give special pleading to Mormonism at that point, because at that point, if you were to do the same thing with something we know is fictional, people would say you're crazy. And so it's a really delicate walk because people get upset, but there's too many of these to deny. So,
all right, well, let's go to the next section.
On with the show.
The final section of the Now You Know video.
Neurologists are stunned. They've confirmed that ear ringing is shrinking your brain cells. Tinnitus is now known as.
Though elements of the instructional methods and the clothing worn by participants in each ceremony share some characteristics, the purposes and origins stand distinct from one another. So, is it okay for Latter-day Saints to be Masons today? The policy is simple. Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are not prohibited from becoming Masons, nor are Masons prohibited from becoming members of the church. Latter-day Saints believe that good can be found in many places, God loves all his children and wants them to learn of him and return to him. Through the endowment ceremony in his temples, God reveals profound truths about his plan for the happiness of his children. Joseph Smith and Freemasonry. Now you know.
Except you don't.
There you go. Now we know. All right.
Yeah.
So what else? What else? Did you have a reflection on that, Mike or Nemo, or should we just go to the next slide? For the
I
sake
have a really quick reflection.
Yeah, please.
That's all right. It's just when I looked at this myself last time, I basically said, what were the original questions when they did all this summing up? What were the original questions? The questions were, was Joseph Smith a Freemason? And if so, what connection does it have to temple worship practiced by members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? Those were the questions. They confirmed that Joseph Smith was a Mason, and they failed to provide any evidence that Joseph Smith did not plagiarize the Freemasonry ceremony from March 1842. They have no evidence that he did anything to do with the endowment before March 1842, when he was contacted with Masonry, and then May 1842 when he shared it for the first time.
Yeah.
So they didn't. Those are the answers to the original questions. Is that yes, he was a Mason, and there's no evidence to say he didn't copy it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go ahead for the sake of time and jump to the next slide, Mike.
Yeah, so now we're just going to do a couple of slides to just talk about some of the things that have been removed from the temple. So this doesn't really reflect to the video so much because they obviously aren't going to mention these. But following the death of Joseph Smith, the temple ceremony had an oath of vengeance that was added to have members commit to avenging the death of the prophet. And this is from the ceremony. It says, "You and each of you do covenant and promise that you will pray and never cease to pray to Almighty God to avenge the blood of the prophets upon this nation, and that you will teach the same to your children and to your children's children unto the third and fourth generation." And this was removed in the 1930s. Today it's not spoken of, it's not referred to by the church. It just goes to show like the temple was used for a lot of things, and this is obviously something that would be used kind of in the name of God. I would argue to not better ourselves, to not, do the things that the temple video said, but instead to, pretty violent reaction. And I get it that as a member, you would have felt just beyond furious at what happened to Joseph Smith, and I totally understand that. But at the same time, this is something that's in the house of the Lord to basically avenge blood on people. It's a little weird.
If Jesus is the Prince of Peace and he's teaching us to love our enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that spitefully use you, it just seems inconsistent with Christianity to have an oath of vengeance in God's most sacred revealed ordinance, and then to have it taken out later even adds confusion to the whole thing for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so kind of this almost kind of does piggyback off it. So this is one that another one of those shocking moments when I was going through all this stuff. And this was in the Mormon temple. They were cursing names of people that they wanted basically the Lord to bring down on hell on, I guess. And this included all of the leaders of the US at the time. And so this is from Dialogue, and it says, "In an effort that bears striking resemblance to the oath of vengeance, a list was compiled of over 400 names of persons to be held in remembrance before the Lord for their evil deeds and who have raised their hands against the Lord's anointed. The list included 4 U.S. presidents, Martin Van Buren, Ulysses S. Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, and James Buchanan. To secure God's judgments against those on the list, Woodruff was instructed to gather the 12 and wash their feet as a testimony against their enemies. The apostles were then to clothe themselves in temple robes and form a prayer circle." And let's go to the next slide real quick. We'll finish this part up or whatever. And then Wilford Woodruff describes the eventual performance of this ordinance in solemn terms. "Orson Pratt was very feeble, yet we all performed the ordinance of washing our feet against our enemies and the enemies of the kingdom of God, according to the commandment of God unto us. Wilford Woodruff opened by prayer, and John Taylor was the mouth in the washing of feet." Or was mouth in the washing of feet. "At the prayer circle, Lorenzo Snow was mouth at the opening, and John Taylor was mouth at the altar, and presented the prayer written by Wilford Woodruff by request of President Taylor, and the names were presented before the Lord according to the commandment. It was a truly solemn scene, and I presume to say it was the first thing of the kind since the creation of the world. We were 3 hours in the meeting and ordinances." And actually go one more. We'll just read the curse, and then we can kind of go through that. So this is the curse that was read in the temple. "Now, O Lord our God, we bear our testimony against these men before thee and the heavenly hosts, and we bear testimony unto thee, our heavenly Father, that we, according to thy commandments, unto us, we have gone alone by ourselves and cleansed our feet in pure water, and borne testimony unto thee and thy Son Jesus Christ, and to the heavenly host against these wicked men by name, as far as the Spirit has manifested them unto us. We have borne our testimony against those who have shed the blood of thy prophets and apostles and anointed ones, or have given consent to their death, and against those who have driven thy saints and imprisoned them, and those who are still ready to deprive us of life, liberty, and the privilege of keeping the commandments of God. And now, O Lord our God, thou hast commanded us that when we have done this, we should gather ourselves together in our holy places, and clothed in the robes of the holy priesthood, should unite ourselves together in prayer and supplication, and that we should bear our testimony against these men by name, as far as wisdom should dictate. O Lord, hear us from heaven, thy holy dwelling place, and answer our petitions. Sustain thine anointed ones, and deliver us from the hands of our enemy. Overthrow the evil designs of the wicked and ungodly against thy saints, and break every weapon formed against us. So, I don't know what
Yeah,
you guys.
that's just so weird to see. It's so weird to see such a personal curse somehow incorporated into, again, a really sacred ceremony that's supposed to
Yeah.
be all about Jesus, right?
Yeah, it's like an inverted prayer roll. You got the prayer roll where you put someone's name on there, we're praying for them. This is where you're putting people on the prayer roll to basically to have harm come to them, and it's a little weird. And
Yeah.
the dialogue article kind of recaps it by saying, this episode is notable for a shift in the provocation to curse. In the past, curses had been performed primarily against those who rejected a proselytizer's message. Here, the curse was called down upon the church's political enemies. And, kind of what you're saying, I get that the church was under intense pressure from the government, fears were running rampant, but I also have a hard time believing that God commanded that they put a curse on 400 U.S. leaders, because they say it was done by the Spirit, and obviously that was not the case. And so, one of the things we talk about in some of these episodes is that the curse was not effective. All of the leaders lived on, and the church ultimately put polygamy on hold just a few years later. And it just shows again how these leaders talk about having these great powers, and yet whenever they need it to happen, God never seems to come through to protect them or to give them their land back and stuff. And in this case, cursing them in the temple did absolutely nothing to change anything.
Yeah. 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 So why are we adding curses, and then why are we taking them out?
Yeah.
Both of those are condemning.
Yeah.
Strange. It just seemed expedient at the time, clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, Yep.
All right. So now Brigham Young's Adam God doctrine, which we haven't even really talked about yet on Mormon Stories.
Yeah.
We need to have that episode before, but let's go ahead and include it.
Yes, we won't go into Adam God too much, but just to say that we talked about Adam God a little bit in the Adam and Eve episode, but just to note that it was actually taught in the temple as divine truth. And the last paragraph of the lecture at the Veil illustrates the point that these ideas were ones that originated with Joseph Smith's teachings and revelations. And just noting again, these are removed from the temple, so that's why we're reading them. This was put into the temple ceremony, and it says, Father Adam's oldest son, Jesus the Savior, who is the heir of the family, is Father Adam's first begotten in the spirit world, and the only begotten according to the flesh, as it is written. Adam in his divinity, having gone back to the spirit into the spirit world, and come into the spirit to Mary, and she conceived. For when Adam and Eve got through with their work in this earth, they did not lay their bodies down in the dust, but returned to the spirit world from whence they came. And just noting that this is God allowing what is now considered disavowed doctrine into the temple ceremony. That seems like a big problem.
And I want to make a really clear point that it is explicitly disavowed. I have here a quote from Spencer W. Kimball, 12th president of the church. So a man in the same position as Brigham Young, president of the church. He said, "We warn you against the dissemination of doctrines which are not according to the scriptures and which are alleged to have been taught by some of the general authorities of past generations. Such, for instance, is the Adam God theory. We denounce that theory and hope that everyone will be cautioned against this and other kinds of false doctrine." So it was declared false doctrine by a president of the church, but yet put in the endowment ceremony by an earlier president of the church.
Yeah. So even though Spencer W. Kimball said that, God still allowed the Adam God theory into the temple ceremony.
Like it's so bad that it takes a president of the church to disavow it as false doctrine.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And I think it's disturbing for Mormons that, again, are taught to view the temple ceremony as revelation from God and as the most sacred ordinance that should be unchangeable, to find out that Brigham Young's inserting weird doctrines that aren't really scriptural, and then they're being yanked back out again. Mike, did you want to talk to this slide that illustrates?
Yeah, just to show, it just becomes difficult to say that Brigham was speaking only as a man with Adam God when he put it into the temple ceremony. And we're taught that prophets can't lead the church astray. I feel like, we're told that what happens in the temple is so sacred and so directly from God. And yet we had, for a period of time, this belief that Adam was our God put into the temple and God allowed it. And I just feel like that is another indicator that these are people, whether or not they're doing the best they can or whether or not they're intentionally deceiving. I think to me that's more irrelevant. But the fact is that God is allowing them to put what is now a disavowed doctrine into what is supposed to be the holiest place in the world. And I think that the fact that this was removed so quickly after Brigham Young died also gives us really good insight into the fact that every prophet of the church is incorporating their worldview into the doctrines and policies of the church, and not because of direct revelation from God, just because of the fact that we could show that every single prophet seems to get revelation from God that confirms what they already wanted to do, including Russell Nelson today. And so once you start to see that, and then you start to see the temple as basically being dictated by people who are incorporating what they personally think is best and not necessarily a consistent God from prophet to prophet, it kind of shows you that the temple ceremony, starting with Joseph Smith all the way up until today, is being modified and changed and created by people using the ideas in their worldview and not from revelation that's coming straight from God.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
What better evidence do we need?
Yeah, that's just it.
You just don't expect that type of shenanigans going on with the temple,
Yeah. And, so just we're starting to recap here and just, say, I know these episodes, especially right now with the race and the priesthood episodes and this one and the polygamy are really emotional ones. And I know this one in particular because of how sacred the temple is to people who go through it. But the problem is Joseph Smith and the church have given us very testable truth claims. And in this case, they gave us a very testable one that the Masonic ceremony was ancient and goes back to Solomon's temple. And that is something that has been disproven to the point where even Fair Mormon has to concede that. And I think when you start to have a pattern of those and not just one thing, those patterns kind of give us an indication as to the overall credibility of the people making it. And so just to say, as we've been saying throughout these episodes, not to focus on one problem at a time, but to step back and look at the bigger picture, because this episode that we're doing right now ties into the word of wisdom. It ties into the first vision, the priesthood restoration. And once you start to see that pattern, it really shows you that these men, especially for these episodes right now, Joseph Smith is creating using the material around him, but that the material he's creating is basically founded in material that is not what Joseph Smith claimed it was. And that is the easiest way to know that they are not speaking for God, but just using the material they have to make sense of it, whether it's in a good intentioned way or not. It's not coming from God, it's coming from the material they have around them.
It's a beautifully ironic situation to be in, where you are dealing with apologists whose favorite insult of those who make these sorts of criticisms or these sorts of observations is to call them myopic and to say that they take things out of context. And yet it is the key tenet of apologetics to isolate and to keep separate the issues so that they don't form a pattern. A pattern of behavior that is testable.
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, they make testable claims, and that's just it. Like, if you make a claim that is untestable, then we could sit here and argue all day and it doesn't matter. But they're making claims throughout the early history of the church that are very testable. Whether or not it's because Joseph Smith didn't think anyone would ever be able to figure it out, whether because he thought the world was going to end in a few years, it doesn't matter, because the fact is we can test them now and we know they're not true. And then once you have that, you can't then go back to the foundational events of the church and say, well, I still believe in it because I have faith, because now all of a sudden they've given us something to put that faith on. And if that is not correct, you're no longer practicing faith by believing in it, because now you're actually actively going against the evidence we have. And I think it's a bad place.
It becomes, rather than faith because of lack of evidence, it becomes faith in spite of evidence. And that's a very different place to be in.
Yeah. It's and that's a place that can lead people to do some dangerous things. I mean, I'm not saying, dangerous like going out and killing people. I'm just saying it can lead you to beliefs that would lead you to do things that you maybe know are wrong. And we'll obviously be getting into that with polygamy, but it's just it's a bad space to be in, and it's one that I think with the amount of information we have, we should not allow ourselves to get into, and yet we all do it. I mean, everyone does on certain things, so it's it's tricky for sure.
Yeah, yeah, and so people can draw their own conclusions, but this evidence is something that people deserve to know about. And
Yeah.
again, it's something that I don't think any of us were told, even
No.
after we attended the temple. It's something we were just never told.
Yeah, I certainly was not. And we have been kind of going through that video and talking about the apologetics where they'll say it's similar, but the purpose is different. So you can't claim that Joseph lifted from the ceremony. I just want to point out, when we talk about Joseph Smith having things happen around him and then turning it into scripture, even though it's incorrect beliefs, this is a pattern. And so we talked about this in the Adam and Eve episode, but Joseph Smith claims through revelation from God that the spot that the church happened to settle at in Missouri was where Adam and Eve lived in America, which we now know is incorrect historically. The first people were not in America. That's just a really bad thing where Joseph Smith was trying to give more purpose to where they settled the church. It's wrong. And then Joseph Smith happened to claim that the Book of Mormon gold plates just happened to be located in the Hill Cumorah, which just happened to be where he lived, where hundreds of thousands of people would die. Yet there's obviously no archaeological evidence for that event. I know the apologetics is that there are 2 Hill Cumorahs now. It's not the way it was taught by early leaders. Joseph claimed via revelation that Egyptian scrolls that just happened to be the last ones that Michael Chandler had available were not only written by Abraham, but contained his literal signature on the papyrus. We know that's demonstrably false. Even the church's essay admits the papyri fragments are way after they would have happened and have nothing to do with Abraham. And now Joseph Smith here is claiming that the Masonic ceremony he would learn just 7 weeks prior just happened to be the apostatized original endowment ceremony. And it's just one of those things where it's like, how many of these things do you need before you could see the pattern and go, yeah, this guy is a really good storyteller, but he's making it up. I mean, look at all of these times where Joseph Smith claims revelation on kind of like a coincidental thing. And pretty much every one of them, I think every one of them that is testable has been proven false.
Yeah.
That's brilliantly put.
Yeah.
Mike, I don't know where to go from that, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Yep.
There's we talked about the Simpsons earlier with the Stonecutters, but there's the Simpsons episode, and Principal Skinner's burning burgers in his kitchen, and the superintendent is in the kitchen. And I wish I could remember the quote. And he's talking about how he's like, what and good whatever is in the kitchen. He's like, Aurora Borealis, and then the superintendent's like, Aurora Borealis at this time of the year in this place. At this time of the day or whatever like that. And then Principal Skinner's like, yes. And then superintendent, he goes, can I see it? And then he's like, no. And this reminds me of that. It's like, so Adam and Eve lived in Missouri, even though it didn't happen. The Book of Abraham is supposed to be on papyri that Abraham signed himself, but we know it didn't happen. The Book of Mormon happened to be in gold plates where hundreds of thousands of people died, but there's no bones. And then he learned the Masonic ceremony 7 weeks prior to creating the endowment. And then all of a sudden the church's like, yeah. And you're like, this doesn't ring a bell? No. And it's just, I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm just saying all of these coincidences that are testably, demonstrably false happening, that's a pattern. That's not just some isolated problem. So
and they're all by the one man who,
yes,
out of all of them, like, you can believe that Brigham Young was a fallen prophet. You can believe that then John Taylor was a fallen prophet.
Yep.
You can believe any of the subsequent prophets have fallen. But if you're part of the LDS movement, no matter what branch you're part of, it all starts and ends with Joseph Smith and whether the claims he made about his divine inspiration from God are true or not. And when
Absolutely.
he kept claiming things that are provably false to be from God, you have to start asking the question.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because sometimes the church will say, you're putting too much into Joseph's mind. You're putting too much into his words. You're expecting too much of him. Joseph Smith made the claims these are from God. I didn't do it. You didn't do it. So when you make the claim they're from God, then that leaves you with the whole thing where, did God trick Joseph Smith? That doesn't make sense. Or did Joseph Smith get it wrong and God allowed that? That doesn't make sense. Or did Joseph Smith make it up? And that actually makes sense because of the fact that this is all 19th century stuff that happens to be thrown into ancient
Because we have to, and I know we're wrapping up, but we have to just couch the fact that the whole purpose of Joseph Smith's whole purpose and mission was to restore God's one true church.
Yep.
So in the process of restoring something long lost, something corrupted, to bring in anything that isn't true, why would God be the author of such confusion?
Yeah, that's just
To
it.
quote the man himself.
Yep, and that's really where it ends. It's like if either God's a God of confusion or the person who claims to speak for him is making it up, because there are just too many problems that we can show. And I know sometimes people say, oh, science always changes and all that. Fine. But like even in the article I mentioned earlier from Masonry, the church itself admits that Joseph Smith lived when those myths were getting blurred into history. But Joseph was pulling from those myths as history. And that is where he's doing it in the voice of God. And once you realize the foundation is rotten, anything that grows from it is not going to be from God. It just, that goes against everything we know. And when you have a pattern of it, like I said, if you started with a blank slate with Mormonism, if I had a room of 20 people and I presented the history of the church and I did it in the most neutral way possible, and I said, do you think this is a man from God? I would bet anything that all 20 would say no. But of course, you might have like one person who's like, yeah, maybe, but there's just no way. So, I don't know what else to say sometimes, because John said it, earlier, I think in this one or maybe one of our other episodes recently, where it's just like, sometimes I feel like I don't even know why we're talking about this because it's so far out there. And yet here we're talking about it for almost 2 hours because it is so fundamental to the church and to people we know and love. And
we've got to do it.
Yeah, you got to do it. So
because if we just took one, it can be ignored, but we've got to lay them all out so that the weight of them collectively can sink.
And that's what it is, because it's one of the things about, and I know we're wrapping up, the CES letter is FAIR will take it subject by subject, and they'll try to divide it out, conquer it, and they'll jump to another one. And they might use completely contradictory apologetics, but it doesn't matter because they've already taken care of one. So these episodes are really designed to say, like, you cannot have it that way, because if you're going to take it in this one area, we got to apply it to the next one. And now you've created a new problem. And a lot of times, like you said, if you just do one, it leaves openings for people to kind of distort what the history says. And this way we're trying to say, like, this episode ties to so many other episodes we've already talked about. And those patterns are undeniable. And that's the reason that, Jeffrey R. Holland got caught in an interview, and the church doesn't do interviews because they don't want to be in a position where they're answering for things they know they have no answers for. So
there we go.
Yeah.
All right. So what are the conclusions and takeaways from this episode, Mike?
Yeah, we've already said it probably a dozen times already, but every aspect of the endowment ceremony is taken from the Masonic ceremony as outlined earlier. And while you can say the purposes are different, as Nemo pointed out, the purposes can be different while the origins can be the same. And we have nothing before the endowment ceremony to show that Joseph Smith had received revelations that could point us to an area where Joseph Smith had differing material than the endowment ceremony. And we talked about this a little bit, but if you strip out the elements of the endowment ceremony that are not taken from the Masonic ceremony, we're basically left with a story of creation along with a few elements that are really not much different than what you're taught in any day Sunday school lesson or church video. I mean, once you strip out all of the signs, the tokens, the penalties, the symbols, the clothing, the new names, you're really not left with much. And so if you want to say that the Masonic ceremony was merely a vehicle to provide this new information, one of the things when I went through the temple I noticed is that there's really not a whole lot there that I learned outside of the fact that you're just trying to memorize these different kind of rituals. And I think that's one of the things I would love to ask a church leader when they say that purposes are different and therefore it's not lifted. I would say, if you take everything that's Masonic out that we're not allowed to talk about, what are you left with? Because at that point, the temple ceremony, I think, would not look much different than a gospel doctrine class or a church video you'd see in a visitor center. And so I would just end with, how many times, as we've said, does Joseph Smith have to repurpose ideas with incorrect historical context before it becomes undeniable that these ideas are not from God but from Joseph Smith trying to find ways to continue building on his theology?
Yeah, that's fair. That's a great summary. What an important episode. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And thank you, Nemo, for coming on.
Do
you have any final words?
I'm grateful that you put in print, Nemo made a great point.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to make sure I did that because, well, I think it was one of those things where I watched your video and I was like, yeah, that's a good point, because, you always hear that parallel versus origin, and your point was just like, yeah, that really doesn't solve your problem. It just, kind of deflects it. So it was a great point, and I'm really glad you were on. If you have any final words, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, my final words are just come along, have a look at the channel. We mentioned that I've done a video on this, so feel free to come along and have a look at that. Bill Reel got excommunicated for calling the prophets liars. I've compiled a list of, I think we're coming up close to 7 now, of the current prophets, seers, and revelators have told public lies in their official capacity as a representative of the church. So there's a playlist on my channel. Go check that out. Spoiler alert, there are more to come. It seems like a systemic problem. And much like with this that we've been talking about, you could say, oh, well, one of them's rogue. But when a group of them are doing it, we have a problem. So feel free to come along and look at that, judge for yourself. But thank you very much, Mike and John, for having me on. It's a privilege and an honor to be involved in such a kind of seminal piece of content. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nemo. Thanks, Mike. And for those who are more active in the church or believing, if it feels abrasive or offensive for you to hear the word lie in association with Mormon church apostles, prophets, seers, and revelators, I guess I would just say, I understand that. I feel that too. And the best you can do is just review the evidence and then just decide for yourself if there's an honesty problem. We're not trying to, we're not trying to like have you draw that conclusion, but we do as a part of this entire series, we just want to provide evidence and let people make informed decisions. So
Come tell me I'm wrong. I want to hear it. If I'm wrong, come tell me.
All right. Thanks, Nemo. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, everybody.
Pleasure.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Again, this is, part of the LDS Discussions Examining Mormon Truth Claims series. You can find all these essays at ldsdiscussions.com. There is an essay on the Temple Endowment and Masonry. You can access all of these episodes either on Spotify in audio and video format, or you can access it on our YouTube playlist, or you can find these in consolidated form on anywhere where you consume your podcasts. We're grateful to Mike. We're grateful to you who support us, all our viewers and listeners. And we'll just say thanks for your support. Please stay in touch. Please share this with anyone who you think might benefit from it. Please give us your feedback. We hope to incorporate it. We're grateful for those who make Mormon Stories and the Open Stories Foundation possible. Please do support Nemo the Mormon and his channel. He does great work and he deserves to be supported. Be good to each other, be kind to each other, and most importantly, we'll see you all again very soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast and on LDS Discussions, where we've got a bunch of stuff to come. I don't remember where this is going to fall, but we're talking about polygamy. We're talking about Book of Abraham, Kinderhook plates, Joseph Smith translations, the witnesses, so much more to come. So please check us out and stay tuned. And we'll see you all again very soon. Take care, everybody.
Brown rice. This is why you feel tired after eating brown rice.
Hello? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. I hope people liked today. And yeah, we watched 2 episodes. I think we're going to start moving out of Freemasonry and start getting into Kabbalah next. Kabbalah, and then I think the occult, a little bit on Zionism, and that's it. All right, guys. I'm on my way out. Thanks for watching. Bye.